Good evening, everyone. It is a beautiful Monday night, just after 9 p.m. Eastern Standard. We are getting ready to dive back into another session of Dungeons and Dragons. Tonight's episode number 2, Smoke on the Horizon, the first book of the Shadows of Despair. We are joined tonight by everybody's favorite cast of miscreants: Lord Offler, Nolly, Tiger Soul, Hammer God, and HK47? What did we go by again? My brain shorted out. Regardless, fun people, one and all. Vernon, Evany, Lucky Quilt, Celeste, and Totar? Yeah, Totar. My brain shorted out again. Oh my god. I do not have enough caffeine. That said, I'm going to join my friends in chat. We will get into the opening recap of the session before.
Into the biscuit shift. Hi, Liam.
Ah. Hello, I am back for the biscuit shift?
I'm trying to figure out how to change my avatar again.
It is the drop down.
As long as it isn't Popeye's biscuits, we're good.
Only if you have a drink.
I want biscuits now.
My cat's
biscuits.
kneading. He's
But,
kneading biscuits. He's clocked in.
I think no, that's not it.
That's
It's not.
it's the on the chat box down the bottom. There's a little drop down.
Oh right. Thank you.
Vernon.
There we go. So that said, I have a script here. So last time the Intrepid Band came together for their initial meeting as a whole, while traversing the terrain heading north into the foothills and just the beginning of the mountains to the north of the Tel Riel region. Just shy of the outpost, Fort Gresnik, named so for the captain who had manned the post for the past decade, you were assaulted, ambushed by several goblinoids of the forward shock troops of the Orisian military operating in the region. But the battle, while chaotic, volatile, and surprisingly painful with a very unfortunately placed fireball, you survived through timely aid rendered by the captain of the fort and the concerted efforts of the party at large. But as you step into the military fort, your eggs ache from the battle that just unfolded. The heavy air smelling of scorched earth, flesh, and metal, and sweat just hanging in the air. The echo of distant explosions still ringing in your ears. You see the soldiers moving around the parapets and the walls, and even amongst the ground, tending to wounds and securing their supplies. You realize that this fort had stood for years relatively peaceful, as all of the stonework, all the original workings have long since smoothed due to the wear of time, but any jagged appearances were from fresh impacts, fresh explosions from recent conflict. This battle, not the first, but most certainly not going to be the last that this fort sees. These walls bearing scars from fierce combat. Your armors, your riding cloaks, and so on are either dented, stained, torn from the battle, visible reminders as your wounds are being treated of how bad it could have been. But you are alive. You are thankful for it. Though the weight of exhaustion is definitely settling into your bones. Several of the soldiers, as they pass by, see you giving nods of recognition of active combatants that survived a major impact. One says, in passing, "Glad to see you guys made it in. That was far too close." As he continues on, knowing that you guys are not soldiers, but you are here to do important work. The reason you are here is of value, and they don't take it lightly. The fort is now a temporary haven, a place of respite. But for how long? This battle may be over, but the war rages on. You know that soon enough, it'll be time to prepare for whatever comes next. That said, let me transition us back to the fort. Bring our attention to here. And I will be leaving that lovely reminder, that trophy planted on the wall by Totar's mighty swing that ended the conflict. I'm also going to actually go ahead and remove all these other goblin corpses from around the map. I'm going to go on a limb and assume that Vernon and Tothar would join the others in the keep.
Yes, I thought we were already in the keep. But
Well,
Yes.
your tokens were still outside. I just wanted to double check.
I was tabbed out and writing stuff. I just finished it.
Yeah, Tolfire was still too busy flexing in the sunlight.
I mean, Tothar definitely had every right to flex after that. That was a beautiful swing. Just painted.
No, Totar made his points when he, he showed Cal, what muscle is.
It's not necessarily that you showed him what muscle was. You showed him what muscle and application of inertia can do.
You gave him a physics lesson.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
You swung and he effectively went, "Yeah, science, bitch."
This is applied physics.
There we go.
I mean,
Strength
this
and
really
the
is
application through tools. He just punched good. But as you guys are having your respite, I will have the rest of the caravan, minus their wagons, considering they were obliterated in the explosions, arrive. Each one having, the two guards that were, manning their vehicles. These guards managed to fare a bit better than your guys' guards, as they didn't get pinned underneath the wagons. But approaching the party, familiar faces to various individuals within the group is a short, very, very slender man of elven descent. Let me reconfirm because I am, half elf. Right? No, sorry, he wasn't. He is an elf, not a fae, not a half elf. Relatively young looking elf, even though elves retain their youth far, far longer than most races. Alongside him is a relatively towering in height, though not so much, stature and mass, Goliath. Let me backtrack. The elf is standing about 5'4", definitely on the shorter side, wearing simple robes, though Vernon and Sel, you probably, because of your experiences with armors in general, and Totar, you can tell by the way he's moving, he's wearing some probably leather, maybe padded, just very simple armor underneath his robes. But other than that light armor, he carries only a quarterstaff and a pendant around his neck, whose insignia is the exact same sun motif as is on Vernon's shield. The Goliath, however, is, also wearing leather armor, though he is not wearing robes to conceal it. But along with that, has a number of daggers and a light crossbow. The crossbow is in his hand as he's approaching, though, you can tell that he's already kind of unloaded it, considering he looks a little bit nervous, military type installation. He definitely doesn't want to run the risk of giving the wrong impression, especially considering he definitely stands out a bit, considering he's about 9.5 feet tall, give or take. His hair, a fairly dark brown, slicked back and pulled into a very tight ponytail down at the nape of his neck. A fairly impressive beard going on. If it wasn't for the fact that he looks almost sheepish, he would almost look imposing. Just his great discomfort definitely is a bit disarming to those who do not yet know him. And seated upon his shoulder, is a small fey creature. Small female, with almost hummingbird-like wings, with a almost pearlescent sheen to the feathers. About 2'8", very diminutive, and every time that she makes eye contact with somebody new, she gives a little smile, and her wings kind of flutter a little bit before folding again, and it's kind of almost like she's waving. And she knows she stands out immeasurably, and she's eating up the attention quite clearly. And bringing up the rear, it's a kobold. And of everyone in the group, he genuinely appears at a glance to be the one least pleased to be here. He genuinely looks like he wishes he could be anywhere but here. The smallest of the group, his purple scales definitely giving him almost a bit of a regal air as his keen golden eyes, dart from face to face before, settling on Celeste and giving a almost like a very gruff harumph. Well, this is what I get for leaving the fucking shop. Getting too old for this shit. So, Sel, who's your new friends? Already met these two. He gestures upwards at the elf and the the Goliath.
So I would imagine as
There's 3 people there.
Servos is getting off of the wagon, Cell almost like runs into him and was like about to pick him up and hug him before deciding, looking at his face, that he probably would not like that. Like you see her run up to him with her arms outstretched in full relief that he is okay and she's okay, and was about to hug him out of relief. And then when she realizes how gruffy he's looking, she's like, she puts her arms down and kind of behind her back awkwardly.
As she's approaching and her arms up, and the recollection of is going through across her face. At the same time, he's like, "No, uppies." And he also recoils like he was about to start flailing if you tried.
Yeah, no. She kind of like blushes a little bit, looks down at her feet, and then looks down at her new friends, and she is like, "Well," and kind of gestures to Vernon, and it's like, "Well, this is Vernon," and then gestures to the wall of muscle next to Vernon. It's like, "And this is Totar." I think I said that right.
Totar nods. Lets out a kind of like what sounds like a large amount of air exhaling from his nose.
There. Yeah. So the
A huff.
Vernon-
There we go.
I will say they all kind of look a little nervous, other than the fairy up on the Goliath's shoulder, as Beast is kind of snuffling at them, like not full on invading their spaces, but he's definitely getting their identification down, as it was. He's checking their creds.
Beast, don't eat the kobold. I think, friend.
And Beast stares at the kobold with understanding, and the kobold visibly kind of shudders.
I would say Celeste would just put a hand out to kind of block the vision between Servos and the beast. Or, being trying to ease any discomfort from Servos's end, almost.
To which, as you introduce them, the kobold goes, "Well, as grateful as I am to not be an appetizer, I am Severus. I am a colleague of Lady Celeste's. I tend to provide some of the arcane energies required for making the things go." And as if on cue, the elf kind of gives a nod down to Severus's introduction as he goes, "And I am Elwyn. I am a follower of Palor, much like my brother Vernon here. It's a pleasure to meet you all." And Tola, the Goliath just kind of looks awkwardly at the feline member of the party and the rest of you.
Don't look at me. Introduce yourself.
Well, this is awkward. There's so many now.
Nobody cares. Get on with it.
I am Tolig. I am Quilt's little brother.
See? That wasn't so hard.
He's not. It's your little brother?
Yes.
Ah,
Alright.
Considering he's 9 foot, I'm fucking 5. Is that a problem?
No.
Good. And it
you
wasn't
said
going to be a
this-
problem either way.
All right. You did say this is the big guy, right?
Yeah, the 9.5-foot tall guy introduced himself as the Tabaxi's little brother.
I nod
I can
as
see
I
the
look over
resemblance.
to the road man. I point to him and I point to the big guy. Now you have another boulder to hide behind.
Tullig is just shaking his head. No.
So
Like-
did you have fun with the goblins on the way in, huh?
He shakes his head again and goes, no.
How many?
Enough. You could tell you could tell at a glance looking at his bolt case. At least the one that he currently has prepped on his hip, there's only 2 bolts left in it.
Oh, you got a few.
At which point, the tiny little Fae with dramatic flourish kind of tumbles forwards, flutters through the air, and stops perfectly level about 3 feet off the ground and dips into a bow while fluttering her wings. She goes,
Hey, I am visibly amused.
I am Peony with Tulip Wings, Willowfield Pepperbottom, but you may call me Pepper. Or, well, anything you like. As she's kind of gives Vernon the up-down and flutters slowly over to Evany and goes, you can pick them.
I don't know what that means.
And he's just rubbing her brows like.
Was that
I'm
in
gonna-
character, Vernon?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that, and I'm gonna look over to Elwyn. I'm gonna be like, I don't even know what that.
It means I have options. And
Uh,
she,
I
like,
don't
drums
know.
her fingers together.
Be wary of that one, Vernon.
I assume
She
you're
will
doing
do
okay. Oh,
Horrible things to you.
God. Oh, God.
She kind of pauses for a moment, taps her finger to her chin for a moment. Probably.
I
In the
have been,
background.
I have been told not to trust fairies.
Aw. It's good advice, though.
Most of the time, I'd probably agree. Pepper here, though, she's a good one. Usually. Ebony lifts up her brows like.
You can
Mhm.
trust in me to not do you any harm. Beyond that,
Usually.
everything else is on the table. And she gives a wink.
Is public humiliation not harm?
Look, what?
Only if the occupant survives it.
Oh, public humiliation. I heard mutilation.
No,
So did
that's
I,
what
honestly.
She said. That's what she said.
What?
No, I said humiliation.
Oh,
Oh, I have mutilation too.
I was mildly concerned.
It may not have come out very well, the voice I'm trying to do, but humiliation.
Yeah, Pepper kind of sits there. She goes, I will not intentionally humiliate any of my friends, Evany excluded.
Thanks.
Love you.
He just kind of gives a little. Mwah.
I'm gonna. Are we free to take action?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Currently, now that the introductions are out of the way, you guys may discuss, interact, do whatever we are currently in a bit of a downtime for some roleplay after the heated battle that had just occurred.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna walk up to Elwyn, and I am going to. He may have seen me do this before, so he knows what's about to happen. But I'm gonna lower both my arms and go to try to hug him and literally lift him. So, it is your decision what he does.
He because of the size difference both in elevation and mass,
I'm ready to scurry after him though.
he has since learned that compliance is a lot less embarrassing than getting chased and then hoisted.
Fair
So,
enough.
like, I know that Tiger, you can relate to witnessing it with some of your own cats. I don't know if the rest of you are very, very familiar with cats, but you know that the way that the one cat that used to always hate getting hugs and would try to get away eventually just gives up and just surrenders in defeat, but still has that look of "please end me."
Yeah.
That's Elwyn's face as Vernon picks him up. It is an
Alright.
outward manifestation of "I hate this, but I
I'm-
appreciate it."
I'm gonna almost squeeze all of the air out of him. Like,
He's used to that too.
I'm gonna say, I am glad you're safe. I'm gonna need your wisdom to keep me and everybody else straight.
I am glad that you made it too.
I'm going to gently lower him onto the ground.
I am, now that the rest of the NPCs have been properly introduced, I am.
And I'm gonna wander over to the area that looks like it has food, just to scope it out.
Yeah, there's inside the mess hall, and I'm just gonna share it now, as eventually everybody will, maybe not everybody, most people will eventually wind up going that way. There are plenty of soldiers that are like bandaged, recovering from injury, but there's very, very sparse, well, not sparse, there's plenty of victuals available, but it is very, very low grade. It's very dense. It's got all the nutrition you're going to need, but absolutely none of the flavor you want. It is slightly worse than MREs. If any of you guys have ever consumed a proper MRE, you'll understand.
They're designed to keep you alive, not to keep your taste buds alive.
I mean, some of them are actually pretty good, but a lot of them are not.
I'm gonna let anybody else take an action if they want. If not, I'm gonna do something.
Right, so
Oh, no, feel free.
while that's going on, who else wants to do a little something before migrating towards the dining hall?
I would say, like, when Vernon was hugging Elwyn, Sel looks down at Servos, like, an eyebrow raised. She's like, can I, please? Like, she doesn't say it, but it's in her face.
Severus kind of glances up. He pointedly looks away, side-eyes you again, and you can see him, like, visibly starting to bristle. And then he heaves a sigh, drops his arms, drops his head a little bit. All right, I consent.
Thank you. And she actually gets down. This time, she actually gets down on her knees and hugs him rather than picking him up, to at least save the humiliation of being lifted up for him, as she hugs him, like, entirely.
Having done that, he actually will return the embrace, and you actually can feel the relief in him as it has settled in that he is actually properly safe for the moment. The adrenaline kind of washes out of him, and after the hug, he kind of like would actually reach up and hold onto your hand, mostly for support, as you guys, I'm going to assume after that hug, would probably follow Vernon's lead towards the mess hall.
Yeah.
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 Like, there's a little bit of a shake to his step. He's not steady on his feet right now as the adrenaline is just, like, abruptly ended.
Mm-hmm. With that, Sel would just smile grandly and then, help lead Servos to the mess hall as well.
To which, seeing those embraces, Talig looks down at Lucky and throws open his arms as wide as he can. He goes, "Da? Da?"
Alright. Hugs are always free.
To which he throws both fists into the air, triumph, and drops down onto a knee to give you a proper hug.
And yes, he does have that look of cat.
And as the hug ends, he stands up and tussles the top of your head.
As this is happening, Lucky is looking at everyone's clothing to see what needs fixed.
Oh, there's
Because he
plenty.
cannot help. Because he can't help himself.
There's plenty. There is
There,
plenty.
you got your hug.
And Pepper, however, she does not ask for a hug.
You don't get one.
No. She literally just like hugs the entire side of your head, Ebony, before sitting down on your shoulder opposite of Celine.
About to say Celine's probably like hugging Pepper back.
Oh yeah, they probably both hugged each other, and then they both hugged the sides of your head.
Aww.
Celine
feel the
mostly by
love.
following from example because they're mischievous little shits.
I feel loved. And my hair's starting to feel a little.
My head is being hydraulically pressed by fairies.
You just see her hair starting to turn pink a little bit.
And Beast is seated next to Totar, just leaning against him.
Totar is leaning against the wall, kind of staring at everybody having a moment. Kind of looks down at Beast, shrugs slightly, continues watching them.
Like, Beast is like looking up at you. Like, when you look down at him, he kind of looks away from him and then looks back up at you, almost expectantly.
Hmm.
And he just kind of keeps looking at you, occasionally looking away to check the surroundings, and goes back to staring at you as he waits for
I
you to do
reach-
the right thing.
The most you'll get. Go ahead.
If I had fucking sorcerer points left, I would have made you do it. But I don't.
Oh no, he's not expecting a hug.
No, but he reaches down his hand, pats him on the head. You did good, Beast.
The moment your hand touches head, tongue lolls out. You all know what dogs do when they know they did good and they're waiting for that praise and that recognition. They get it.
Yep.
Tongue lolls out and that happy, contented pant.
For ferocious beast to derp.
Every beast deserves a good derp.
Yes.
Talking about dog, there's one looking straight at me.
And,
still holding
she's
cheese.
waiting for you to do the right thing.
Come here, Crystal.
So,
Meanwhile, I have my cat in my lap. After all talking about all the hugging, I just had to hug a cat.
Oh,
but as the rest of you either head into the canteen or not, I'm not going to assume that everybody's going that way. Vernon, what do you do as you enter in? You see, you know what? Seeing as you're the first one in there, just for grins, roll a d6 for me.
all right.
You can do it publicly.
Okay. It's just /d6.
Slash RD6. Or R space
Uh,
D6. 1d6.
R space D6. 1d6. Wait, just d6?
1d6.
1d6. Wow.
All right. So there's a total of 4 guys wearing bandages of varying kinds. One guy's got his arm in a sling, his right arm in a sling. Another guy's got his left leg splinted straight out and bandaged quite aggressively. One guy has like the entire right half of his head basically covering his eye and most of his jaw going across, and like the entire top of his scalp bandaged. And the fourth guy, who actually isn't seated, he's actually behind the bar, is missing his entire left arm.
Jesus Christ.
But that one looks like a very old wound. He's just got his jacket is
Oh.
actually folded. The left sleeve is folded up and sewn in such a way that it just kind of, when he turns around, it flops a little bit, but not flailing everywhere. It's got an extra half a foot of material hanging down.
I have a question. For some reason, when I go to my character sheet, it doesn't look the same anymore, and it doesn't give me the option to actually go back to my actual character sheet. Something, don't know what happened.
All right. So up at the very, very top, right below the name, there should be 3 tabs: character sheet, bio and info, and attributes and abilities. Which
Yeah, but
one are
my
you
character
under?
I went to my character sheet. Oh wait, it's core, bio, and spells. I needed to click on core.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay. I wasn't sure which one you were on at the moment.
I didn't realize that core, bio, and spells was another set of tabs.
Yeah. So you got the character sheet, bio and info, and attributes and abilities. That third tab there, you can forget about, because even I don't really know how to screw with stuff in there without breaking a character sheet. So just pretend that one doesn't exist. But down there you've got the core, you've got bio, you got spells. You also have the gear for augmenting stuff. I'm actually gonna add that there too. But this one you probably don't really need to worry about tinkering with too much. There you go. About this
All right.
time, unfortunately, the temporary hit points that you guys all had will have faded.
Wait, so does that constitute a long rest, or because
Well, no, that temporary hit points lasted for 10 minutes.
okay. I was just wondering how much of a time skip there was, because in my brain we just had.
No, it's been probably maybe about 30 minutes so far.
Okay. So back to the question you asked me. Before we rolled and you were telling me about the people that were injured, which I don't know if you were done with that.
Oh, no, I'm done. I was just setting out that little scene to you. I mean, they're not all, the 3 injured guys are not actually all seated together. The one with the splinted leg is actually sitting on this box over here. The guy with the head bandage just kind of stooped over the bar here with a bottle of ale in his hand, drinking straight from the bottle. And the guy with the sling is kind of chilling over here at this table.
I'm gonna look for what looks like maybe the head chef, if anybody's cooking.
The man behind the bar, the guy with missing his left arm, is actually the one kind of tending bar, but also cooking. There's a pot hanging over the fire over here that he's tossing. You watch as he actually chops up a potato one-handed, tosses the potatoes in. He's doing pretty good work for being at a disadvantage.
Well, I'm gonna walk up to the counter, and I'm not sure what is usually in rations.
Most rations are. It varies from region and racial diet, but normally it's dried meats, hardtack, which is, very, very dense, unleavened bread that's baked until it's like a hard brick of biscuit, basically.
Yeah.
Dried fruits, nuts. About the only
I was
soft
gonna-
thing is going to be cheese. Certain kinds of cheeses. Even
I
that's
don't-
pretty hard cheese.
I don't know if it's something that I'd have to pick up anywhere, but I was hoping that I could have something that would be like from my hometown in my ration.
I mean, there's probably
More specifically, just garlic oil, which is basically just garlic
Yeah.
oil.
that wouldn't
could
be
use it like
unreasonable.
butter.
You probably I mean, hell, considering the rural lifestyle you had, you probably make your own.
Yeah.
So you probably got a bottle of it, like in your travel bag.
I'm gonna go up to Mr. Chef Man and ask him if he'd let me use his kitchen or if he could help me make something.
Aye. If
And that one.
if you'd like to help yourself, just let me know how I could be of any kind of assistance. As you can see, slightly limited, but my workspace is available. Any gestures you can see over the fire. There's a couple of hooks for so there's space enough to easily put like 2 or 3 pots or a couple of pots in like a grill over the coals to cook multiple things at once. So there's room for that you can work, and he'd be willing to assist you if you ask for specific types of help.
All right. I'm just gonna look for some flour, and if there is any, I'm
Yeah,
gonna start
It's
Hmm.
basic staple.
mixing it with some water, some garlic oil, some herbs, and I'm gonna start making bread. And I'm gonna let other people do stuff so I don't dominate the whole session.
That's fair.
But I'm making little flat bread pancake things.
Like almost making along the vein of like just not necessarily cooked in the same exact fashion.
Yeah, the intention was to cook it in a pan.
So while he's working on doing some baking, does anybody else wish to do? It'll be a little bit longer before Gresnik is going to come to address you guys.
I think Ebony's probably going to be looking around to see if there's anything she can help mend
Yeah.
in the
same.
meantime.
Alright, so Sel, Evany, and Lucky are going around and seeing who needs
Yes.
help fixing this, that, and other stuff.
Yep.
Probably Lucky's hunting for clothing in particular. Sel's probably hunting for armors and whatnot, and Evany's looking for anything in between.
I was gonna say, so I would definitely be looking for anything mechanized.
Not so much mechanized out here,
Yeah.
but well, I guess they're up on the
catapults and pulleys.
catapults and the actual arbalests.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Unlike the handheld arbalest that Gresnik has. But
There is one thing I would like to do, because I know soldiers are notorious for having foot problems. I'm going to make them all toe socks to help the sweaty feet situation.
Nice. No more swamp foot.
And if I run out of cloth, I can just run outside and grab off goblins, give it a good wash, and make some more.
when you mention the plan, one of the a couple of the younger soldiers who you could tell didn't see a whole lot of the combat directly. You know, they were definitely archers on the wall. They volunteered to scurry out and scavenge what workable cloth they could.
Oh, good. As much as you can get. We can always clean it, use it for bandages, whatever else. And socks. Everyone needs socks.
So, that said, let's see. I'm going to ask for the following checks. Investigation from Ebony with advantage.
Oh. All right, let me hit character sheet up. You said investigation with advantage.
Yes, and do this one to GM. All right, so as you guys kind of get going, I would say that Lucky, you probably, after kind of taking stock of what's going on, there's a lot of small tears and stuff, but you felt that the need for those socks was probably a little more pressing, so you probably started working on that first. While you're starting on that, Ebony, you and Cell, which is why you get that advantage as you guys are kind of looking for stuff that you guys can fix. You find that like the arbalist and the catapult in particular, they're in good condition, or good enough condition, but you can tell that they've only got so many shots left before, like, that gear right there was probably going to be at high risk of shattering. And a couple of small things that their time was coming.
I'm probably pointing this out to Sal, like, hey.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, one of you would see it and point it out to the other one gives a second opinion and goes, yeah, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, oh, and what about this one here? Oh, no, yeah, good catch. And between the two of you, this time, I think, Cell, I would like for you to use your tool skill. I don't remember which one you've got. I think it's smithing tools.
I actually don't have one on there.
You should do.
You do. We
Did
dropped the
not
ball.
add. Yeah, hold on. Smithing.
Put this here. This here.
Oh, there we go.
Well, unfortunately, this one I will need you to. I will let you roll this one with wisdom because it is pieces of mechanisms that you have worked with a lot. So you're drawing more from deeply ingrained memory from repetition versus, intuiting it.
Okay.
If you were straight up fabricating something, then it would be an intelligence check. But this is your deeply ingrained muscle memory.
Okay. And I also am assuming roll a d4 for the Bane.
No, he hasn't dictated which one of you guys got Bane. So.
Oh, okay.
I specifically made it Bane player singular.
Okay.
There's still plenty of time if he's watching consistently. He can Bane all of you guys over the course of the session.
Well, until we know who, it goes on no one.
I'll make sure to use my Bane rolls for the most important things.
All right. Oh, and I realized that was supposed to be to GM. But
Yeah.
Oops.
But you're good.
Don't worry, I'm illiterate.
Well, as you actually are able to fix the part, that the visual flavor I have for this, and you can correct me if you disagree, but I picture in conjunction with just using pliers and hammer and stuff to kind of straighten everything out, and getting scrap metal, like maybe a old dagger from one of the fallen goblins. You use your shocking grasp as like a fucking arc welder.
Yeah, no, I could see that. Yeah.
That sounds cool.
So, like, Ebony, you're kind of watching as she's using lightning sparking from her hands to fuse
Shit,
the metal
Evan's probably
together.
taking notes.
Like, honestly, like, part of your gear, you probably have, like, effectively a welding mask. As you snap it on, or you pick up the piece of tempered glass and look at Ebony and go, don't look directly at it.
Yeah. I was gonna say I could see it more flavor-wise being goggles.
Ooh, goggles.
They're more travel resilient, whatnot.
Yeah, you have welding
I
goggles.
want crazy mad scientist goggles that point in different directions.
No, these are just like simple little, like, they almost look handcrafted.
Oh yeah,
just
totally
simple
handcrafted.
little, simple goggles. She puts them on, and it's just like, like I said, using her shocking grasp is like, welding the metal to the, not the ballista. Words. But yeah, no. Yeah, I could totally see Celeste doing that.
Good to know that is a possible thing.
Hey, if the DM's letting me do this, I'm gonna run with it.
You gotta think outside the box with your spells.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like, as I've said many times before, you can always ask, and I will almost always try to find a way to yes and. There's very, very few things that I'm going to outright just be like, no.
No.
Like, if it's completely far-fetched, like, I'm going to flap my arms really hard and fly. No, you're not. Sorry, just no. But use shocking grasp to arc weld? Hell yeah, I like that. Stuff like that. Always ask.
Okay. Probably ask Ebony for like different types of tools.
She's used to this. She'll help.
Give me the gizmo gadget.
The funny thing is, Ebony probably has some idea what it is without being like, which one is this?
I need the thingy.
Ah, the thingy. Hands
Yes.
over the thingy.
The thingy majigger or the thingy mabobber?
Oh, here's the whatchamacallit.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
That'll do. No, wait. Try the whirly gig.
Oh god.
I need the temporal tuning fork.
So Cal actually is going to be helping Lucky Quilt, with his project.
Oh.
But what he's doing is, he's pulls out a very fine spool of wire, very fine wire. And you're not certain exactly how he's doing it. It's almost like he's threading it, except that, you thread. And you know that thread threads. Metal doesn't thread. Not like what he's doing. As I would like for you to roll an Arcana check.
Mm.
That's a 10.
You're not certain exactly how, but you can tell that he is literally channeling the weave into the wire as he's manipulating it, altering its almost at a like a base level, altering its form and function. As he's after a little bit, he hands a little, like, it looks like it could be a bracelet or something made out of this weaved wire. And he hands one to you as he immediately starts making another one. He goes, thread that into your socks. As he's basically made a very interesting, very lightweight elastic band.
Ah. You got to show me how to do that.
Kind of winks and he goes, trade secret.
Nah. Huh. As I start very quickly making stuff.
So, while they're doing all that, Totar, what are you getting into?
Totar's skills are hunt things, beat things. So he's standing around, kind of staring off, looking around like, hunted? Does anything need to be smashed? Kind of just sitting there, kind of looking like that oddball all amongst everybody else. Watching everybody else have these alternate skills outside of combat. And he's kind of standing there, bewildered a little, like, it's a fort. There's not much to hunt in a fort. I could go out and help drag the bodies in so they can search them.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's not a bad idea.
If
I
you
wouldn't
go
bring the bodies inside the fort.
as you, if you do, would Totar kind of elect of his own volition to go do something like that?
Yeah, if he's seeing everybody else that are just kind of wandering around looking for bodies, and he's good at hunting down things, so this would be a good thing for him. So he wanders on out and starts searching for the bodies to bring in for them.
So,
I mean,
Especially the big
you could
ones.
also hunt game in the immediate vicinity.
oh, after those explosions, there is no game in the immediate vicinity.
We can
I
eat
was gonna
worms.
say.
Like, there's not even birds. The closest thing to game in the area is beast and good luck.
Well, I mean, berries don't run away.
That's not game.
That's
But-
fair.
But no, as you go out, after you pick up one goblin and you realize it's already been sacked of, like, it, what usable cloth it had on for Quilt's sock manufacturing program.
Mhm.
But outside of that, the goblins, after you check one, you check another, you check the third one, you go, yeah, the goblins not even worth your time. You
There
go,
was big dude.
you check the orc that was way over here.
Yeah.
You probably will check him last, just because he's already up there and he's not going anywhere anytime soon. You already took his axe.
Exactly.
The orc, the one that was clawing at you, when you go kind of check him out, he doesn't. The closest thing to anything of value is like, you understand the potential intrinsic value of it as like some kind of totemic charm to whatever dark god this orc worshipped. As there's like a necklace made of bones and fangs and stuff hanging, and claws and so on and so forth hanging around its neck. Other than that, no weapons, nothing of any real value.
Oh. I could put up scare totems.
Might work on the goblins.
Exactly.
And we shall put socks on them.
Wait, that sounds like a reward.
You know,
Oh my
like they're
God.
big.
We'll poison the socks. That way, if they take them and put them on their feet, they'll die.
Oh my god. So, you know what?
Poison socks.
Horrifying.
I will fill the socks with little sand spurs.
Oh god.
Are you
God.
going to commit to making these a totem? I need to know if that's what you're going to be working on, Dothar.
What, the scare totem?
Yeah, are you actually going to do that?
Well, yeah. After I see it and I think about all these creatures, all these goblins ran up, the last thing they want to see is one of their big honking Goliaths of friends head on a pike sitting out there.
All right.
Honestly, yeah.
I need you to roll me a survival check.
Oh. Let's see if I have good dice. I do not have good dice.
We did not
Aw.
hear good dice today.
I will say I will take that advantage check for this.
Okay.
Because you have a history, especially being on your lonesome for so long with just you and Beast. You have created effigies in the past to help kind of deter various beasts and the like from encroaching on where you decided to make camp. Sometimes it was as simple as, taking a length of rope and tying a bunch of sticks in together in such a way that when the wind blew, they clattered against each other, and it would. Most predatory animals hear noises like that and they spook because, if I can hear that, what's making that noise, and can it hear me? They don't want to find out. So with that,
Did you press our animal, sir?
that text alert caught me so far off guard. Jesus.
Was that Roadrunner?
Yeah, that's Roadrunner, and that is for my emails.
You go meet.
That was disarming. Whew. Okay, so as you guys, oh Jesus, I'm almost crying from that. The timing. As you go through, it is horrific.
Oh God, I can hear the Roadrunner. Can you hear me?
As you have, let me double check your gears. Yeah, you probably used that pike of yours to dislodge the head from its shoulders. Then took a makeshift post out of a branch from a tree, sharpened it up properly, set everything up. The way you kind of cut it,
I'd like to change one thing out of all that.
Oh,
So, to make it just that more terrifying, the axe I took from his body will be the stake I use for it.
well, you already handed that axe over to.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. You're right.
But also, I
that
thought.
would have been a statement.
Oh, I also was assuming you were talking about the orc that was over here, the one that had the totem necklace.
Oh.
I've already gotten rid of the body on the map, but
That one was unarmed. It was using its claws.
yeah, he was clawing you guys and cast a
That's
couple
right, yes.
spells. He's the one that baned you.
Okay.
I was assuming you were starting with that one first. And like when you removed its head, and it wasn't the cleanest of cleave, and the muscles kind of like the rigor mortis is starting to kind of set in, but it was still slack enough that like one half of its jaw is hanging at a cocked angle, but not like it's a snarl, but almost like he was trying to yawn and had a stroke halfway through.
Yeah,
And
I get
it's fairly grotesque. It's not the scariest looking thing in the world, but it is definitely it's definitely not fun to look at. as you go over to the corpse of the hobgoblin that was, over down this way. Let me zoom this out a little bit for the audience. There we go. I was looking at my preview. I'm like, why isn't it moving? So, the hobgoblin's corpse, which was somewhere over here. You find he's got a quarterstaff, which doesn't impress you. Simple robes, and some now fairly ruined studded leather armor.
I grabbed the robes. The cloth was supposed to be taken all away, and someone left some cloth.
Well, they were starting with goblins first. They hadn't gotten that far out because he was a little bit further distance from the rest of the goblins, and so the young soldiers were a little bit too skittish to go all the way out to him for fear of getting sniped by something that might still be lingering around. Which,
fair enough.
They don't have a lot of experience, and they've also only got 4 hit points each, so.
Yeah, they died
And now-
quickly.
And now that you're wandering out there, they don't have a fear because nothing's shooting at you.
Yeah, I mean, you're just kind of strolling around, not even looking around. Gotta love that 11 passive perception.
I mean, hey, Beast would probably alert him.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, the moment he steps out of the fort, you guys don't see Beast anymore. Beast doesn't seem to just manifest again until right as Totar's just about to walk in. Beast just comes trotting out of nowhere almost. Like just a random bush. Just there he is.
That's not our night dog.
But
And
you also find a book
what? Literacy.
in that in that hobgoblin's possession.
Burn it.
Don't you dare.
It's full of lies and heresy.
Oh,
Lies and heresy. You should read some of the stuff I read.
So, curious. I got.
all good?
What
Okay,
curious
I will
reading
have to
material.
figure out the math on this later.
Oh no.
But do you open up the book?
Yeah.
Psychic damage.
All right. So first questions first. Can you speak Goblin?
What's Goblin speak?
Goblin, the language.
No, I don't speak Goblin.
Okay. You cannot understand anything that's written in the book, but I will allow you to attempt an Arcana check. Wow, impressive, very impressive. So as you're thumbing through it, you realize as you're looking at it the way that different sets of characters are written and different diagrams that are on there and lots of different symbols. The way it's all arranged, you flip through a few pages, you realize, holy shit, this is his spell book. It is a book of spells.
Ooh.
Not one of the fancy ones could use this. This needs translation.
That is a very nice find.
Yes, it is.
And like I said, I'm going to have to figure out the math on that, what its value is. So,
Amazing spells in there like Conjure, Rusty Knife, and Ankle Bite.
It's like a level 2 version of eye bite.
Eye bite?
There's a spell called eye bite. It is not fun.
Ew!
It doesn't actually bite
Ew.
your eye, but it does terrible things.
Don't imagine a spell called eye bite does very good things that are good for humanity and life itself.
Oh, look, he had itchy bones.
Itchy bones.
That's a rare one.
anyways, God, that's awful.
No.
Oh, that is
Conjure excessive dandruff.
Excessive dandruff.
Want some seasoning in that food in front of you?
Parmesan cheese. Anyways,
I was gonna say it's exactly like the Parmesan cheese, except the person just leans over and just scratches their head into it.
you've
Vernon
never
would put
seen
someone-
Waiting, have you?
Vernon would put someone in the soup pot for
She's
that.
too young.
Oh yeah, she is. You should still go watch it anyways. I subjected my
Yeah.
wife to it. She thought it was horrible and hilarious. Anyways, I digress. With the robes and whatever other usable cloth on that body, do you wish to make a totem out of this one?
As I look at it, I would see that it's mostly just a spellcaster. Wouldn't grab as much fear as one of their more brute kind.
All right.
Kind of scoff at it a little bit and grab what I needed from it, huck it off to the side.
I got your book. I got your robe. Boot the corpse.
Exactly.
All right.
Don't need to smell it up the base.
So, your art, your manifesto on the wall. You know what? You feel like that might be a good enough totem as it is.
That's true.
I pull a torch out of my bag, and I mount it so it's bright even at night.
That's a good question. What time is it?
We are swiftly approaching evening. Like we are in the pre-dusk hours. Like anybody who does not possess dark vision is going to feel uncomfortable looking outside of the base here in like the next 20 to 30 minutes.
I'm good.
As you have mounted the torch and you light it, because as you're aware, darkness is coming.
Oh yes.
Kresnik is standing on the wall, gives you a nod of approval. He likes the idea of that particular one. So,
Has it circled back to me, or is anybody else doing anything? Or do you want to deliver that cloth to Lucky first?
Well, I believe we had 2 different spell people, so
That's a good idea.
I was going to say probably it would be at this time as he's reapproaching the fort itself that it would circle back to you, because it's probably been long enough for everybody to have cycled through most, if not all, of what they were individually working on during their turn, if you will.
Gotcha. Well, I'm hoping by now I will have finished rolling out all of my bread that doesn't require leavening and baking it and letting the whole kitchen begin to smell like strong garlic.
Oh,
As
more than that.
as
Like,
I've
I was going to say, like, once he, he introduces himself with a very, very chaotically shit-eating grin as Lefty.
That exact noise I just made in character.
I can't
Like-
believe it.
That's funny. I'm going, like, I grab my belly and lean my head back. Like, oh my god.
He's proud of
And
it.
then I go to shake his right hand.
If you reached out for the other hand, he would have thrown you the stump of a sleeve.
Perfect.
But like you reach out for his right hand, he does shake your hand. But smelling the garlic oil, he gestures hanging on the wall. You can see there's like a string of bulbs of garlic, and he gives a nod. He goes, "Help yourself, in case you need more." And other than that, like most of the herbs that are there are very, very well preserved, very well dried, which doesn't necessarily make them bad, but it's sometimes not as nice as, like, say, fresh rosemary or something like that. But garlic keeps very, very nicely.
Nice. With his offering, I'm gonna probably make enough garlic oil to refill my flask, because I was planning on at that point just being out of it. But if I don't have to be out of it, that would be good. Because it seems like,
depending on how you want to cook this, you could potentially even
they-
put like actual cloves of garlic into it to cook and caramelize.
yeah, that's basically what you do. You get oil and then you just pretty much boil garlic in it.
Oh yeah, no, I know that, but I meant like into the bread itself, caramelize some of the garlic in the bread.
That's true. I could take the garlic that I made the oil with and put it in the bread. He's right. Waste not, want not.
Remember, I am a professional fat man.
But considering the fact that in character I've already made the bread before I made the oil, I'm going to take the garlic that I would have caramelized and just spread it on the bread on top instead.
Oh yeah, like as everybody else is kind of finishing their current round of tasks, the smell of garlic is actually wafting through the camp, through the base.
Ah.
I'm going to make sure everybody that has to eat the shitty MREs at least has garlic bread.
And if you happen to be a vampire, you're leaving in a hurry. No, I'm kidding.
So I'm gonna count heads in the tavern, and
as the
including
smell,
the injured.
I was gonna say, as the smell is starting to spread, you see some more people kind of pop in.
Perfect.
And you know what? Check your sheet. I'm gonna have you roll something. I just don't know what I want you to roll yet.
Whoa.
I have high charisma and strength. Oh, and constitution, nothing else. And roll intimidation to make people eat my bread.
Eat my bread, guys.
I'm gonna have you roll a perception with advantage, as kind of a retroactive thing. Like when you came in being military minded, you probably would have attempted to do a quick cursory head count to get an estimation of how many bodies are here in general.
Alright. Where is... okay, I can't click on my passive perception. I need to click on the actual perception. There it is.
There we go. You didn't actually need the advantage, but still.
I'm glad I had it.
So, yeah, you know how many, how much you needed to make in order to make sure at least everybody got, a decent piece. And thankfully, some of the supplies that were recovered from the battered wagons actually was, a couple of large bags of, more flour. So
Nice.
You burned through, what was left of their last ration of flour. And so it's fortunate that their flour was on the manifest. Like, I actually had a manifest of supplies that was going to be there. I did not anticipate this. I love it.
Yes. Bread.
But yeah, you would be able to make enough for everybody to have at least, one solid, portion of bread, and maybe even a little bit extra for to take on the road or to leave for them to, thumb wrestle over. But once you got started, Lefty set up a couple extra pans, and basically, as you were doing the work of assembling, he would take and start cooking them in the pans. That way you guys had a little 2-man assembly squad going on.
Yes.
And as I'm assuming, you probably were like making them relatively small-ish, like single serving, like
enough to like
flatbread
rip
style
in half.
biscuits. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like
Dunk
pick
into
up your
stew
other
or
food with.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If that kind of portion, then he had like 4 small little cast iron pans that he basically was rotating, tossing one cooked one out, throwing in a fresh one to roast. So, yeah. The smell of garlic is heavenly in the air. And after Cal finishes making, a shit ton of the little elastic bands for you, Lucky, he then starts basically breaking down the excess fabric for you. Because, he may not be able to turn it into thread for you, but he can make it more readily accessible for you to convert into thread.
Yes.
He's decenting.
It's decenting and I'm recenting.
I mean, not literally, but that's the closest approximation that made sense to me in the moment. It made me giggle.
Just reminds me I have to talk to you if that's an actual spell or not. I think we mentioned it, but I forgot to actually.
But I will say, with all that said, roll me your weaver's tools at advantage.
Dexterity? Question mark?
Sure. As it is a labor of finesse. You didn't even need that. You didn't even need that advantage. But roll it one more time just to see. Okay. Get that 2 out of the way. Get that 2 out of here.
Get that shit out of here.
So yeah.
Get out of there.
Yeah. You are hammering these things out. Like, it's only been maybe an hour. As Cell and Ebony kind of come down from the parapets after finishing their last repair on the northern arbalest.
Mm-hmm.
They come down, and you ladies, you see next to Cal and Lucky a mountain of socks are already forming.
That's a lot of socks.
Yep.
You see Celeste looking up at the sky and back down at the socks. Like, she's trying to figure out how much time has passed exactly. She knows she gets lost in her shop when she used to be working all day in the shop. She kind of will get lost on time, but she didn't think that much time has been lost yet.
Roll a survival check.
All right.
Oh, you don't survive.
Oh no.
You're not sure if it's
That's
been
what's up.
you're not sure if it's been an hour, 5 hours, or a day. Time is a construct, and it's not one you've built yet.
That's true.
Ebony is just.
She
just
nat
kinda
one did,
looks
by the
at
way.
Celeste like,
Yeah.
Like, it's not computing. 2 + 2 = chair. What?
Help yourself to a pair or two, ladies. They're comfy.
They're
cozy.
like, and Cal goes, these. He kind of looks, gestures to Pal. These are only the left ones.
No.
Wait, we're only supposed to be making left? I've been making pairs.
He just laughs.
Oh no.
What does this have to do with pears?
What's it got to do with fruit?
The fruit of the
I've been
Lord.
making socks.
Every single pair has a little image of a cat face with a eye patch on it.
Oh
Maker's
my
Mark.
god.
He's branding.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, damn right I am.
Honestly, having the military be your customer base sounds like a pretty sweet deal.
There's also
Yeah.
and Lucky still can't figure it out how, but on the back of each sock there's also a little gold and silver ring emblem.
Oh,
Hmm.
The first time you
That's
looked
it.
at it and squinted, Cal just grinned.
Fair.
Yeah.
Remind me, next time when we get back to World Pro, I need to trademark these.
Need to trademark
ca-
socks.
Guy looks at him, he goes, holds up his hands, he goes, as you did most of the work. He puts his hands on his chest, he goes, 30-70, and gestures to you at the 70.
Hmm. 25-75 points to himself at the 75.
Holds out his hand.
Damn. I like making money.
But
That was the quickest business transaction I think I've ever witnessed.
It sucks. We don't need to take too much time on here.
in that time that
Stay
conversation
fair.
happened, he made 8 more socks.
That's a lot of socks, yo.
For the record, he rolled a 24 for his crafting, okay? He's hammering them. They are very good quality. They are very, very nice socks. They're soft. Like, you look at them and you realize, they're also fairly patchwork, but still, like, it makes sense. Like, the patching still makes sense.
As long as they're warm, that's all that matters.
They're warm, they're soft,
Right.
and they have individual pockets for individual toesies.
My goodness.
you
No
see,
more
like,
sweaty toes.
you see Celeste sorting, like, looking through them. She finds, like, a size that would, like, probably fit her. And then she starts looking through for a pair that would be very small.
he pulls out like a tiny pair, and he's just like, I already thought ahead.
After saying that, she just grins and nods and thanks. And, offers to take them to Servos.
Tell the lizard
Oh.
I hope he enjoys his little booties.
Oh my god.
I could just imagine they're just like barely they're not even the size of her palms. They're so tiny.
And they got 3
Can you
toes.
Wear socks. At that point, if he's got claws, you need to put little slits in the socks.
I already has. He's very good at making multicultural items.
Nice.
Beautiful, beautiful. I love it. I love it.
Hell, he had to go from himself to fucking Goliath McGee over here. So he's used to different sizes and shapes.
I mean, that's fair. That is
Oh
fair.
yeah, he actually has a massive pair of socks. He's like, these ones, he better not break these. Darn
Break them?
When Tali comes over and receives his new pair of socks, he goes to take off his old socks, and each of them are missing 2 toes, and it's not the same 2 toes on each foot.
Oh,
Oh no.
oh.
Those things hurt my feelings, Talik.
It is
The
not
socks.
intention. It is favorite pair, so I wear them a lot, and they wear out. And also, I go for so long without seeing you, so they don't get fixed. I'm sorry. I do not know how to darn socks.
Yeah, I can tell that they're your lucky socks. I can smell them from here.
Sorry.
I mean, I'm glad you like them. Here, try these ones, and if you grow out of these ones, I'm breaking your toes.
That's Jesus.
They make
Turning
no.
your toes into socks.
I make no promises.
As I hold up a hammer, go on, try them on.
He puts them on, perfect fit.
But as I drop the hammer, it just turns back into thread because it wasn't real. Right. Well, that's one sucks.
As the
Somebody's
guard
putting her on
rotations, well, smelling the garlic, Cal kind of looks to you, Lucky, looks towards the canteen, goes, I think maybe we should pick up the pile and head in there and maybe catch them as they're coming in and out.
Oh, that is true. Good idea. Darling, this will help.
Tolig cheerfully helps. Big old goofy grin the whole time. So, I'm going to take some liberty and assume that everybody kind of makes their way into the canteen, where all the
It's
lovely
indoors.
smell of food is. And it's not
Garlic.
exactly to scale, but you know, there's room, and you see, the different guards as they're kind of come. There's some that are in that have come in. They're getting ready to take their shift of watch, as they've had, after the big battle, they had another hour and a half or so, almost 2 hours, to kind of rest and recoup for their actual shift. They come through, they get some food, and Lucky and Cal are handing out socks as they're heading out. And then the ones that have been manning the walls and everything while you guys were going around and helping out start funneling through and for their meal, and they receive their socks. And eventually, there's a nice, neat pile of about 30 more pairs of socks left over, Lucky, after everyone has gotten a pair of socks amongst the fort's members.
Has the major gotten up here?
Not yet. He has not come in just yet.
I should keep a pair aside for him.
29 pairs
the rest-
left.
But the rest of them, if I can fit them in my bag, I will.
If
I
they
don't
don't
think
fit
I've
in
got a
your
big enough
bag,
bag.
Tolig will carry some of the leftovers that you can't store.
Yeah.
But as you guys come in, I will say at this point in time, Vernon, do you have as a proficiency?
What are you looking for?
I was checking to see if you by chance had proficiency with cooking tools,
Is that a
chef's
thing?
tools.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be fair, I wasn't actually cooking anything. I was just mixing dough and giving it to the guy who actually cooked it.
Well, I was going to have you do the roll, but since you don't have the relevant proficiency yourself,
I have performance. I could be like a
no,
Cooking
it wouldn't
TV
be.
show host.
It wouldn't be charisma based. It would be, unfortunately, intelligence based. But
ew.
I will have you roll advantage as
Makes my
you're
brain
effectively being helped. But just basically roll me a intelligence saving throw with advantage,
Gotcha.
just because that's it's the relevant stat. Wow, that is fucking
Wow.
consistent. That's
Oh,
good.
that wasn't the worst. I mean, not that. Actually, that's very, very far from.
That's a really good roll.
So,
He double 14'd everyone. Very good
Oh.
roll. I would say like one, you did none of it's undercooked, none of it's undermixed. There's not going to be extra dry spots, extra wet spots. It's a good uniform dough that you have produced. And between your kneading practices, how much salt you put into the dough, how much water, just the right hydration, and the flavor was just right. Like, it's not the best thing anyone's here has ever had. It's the best thing that a lot of them have had in a while. Outside of, the stew's always good, but a lot of like the bread, like it's the best bread that everyone other than the party at this fort has had in months. Because most of the stuff is hardtack.
Could I fish for like any cooking tips available from Lefty?
Oh yeah,
he
like
seems to be the chef around here.
The entire time, he's been dropping idioms of wisdom, like tells you the most important thing you could do when cooking, not so much baking but cooking. Taste it all the way through.
He's right.
He just he teaches you a lot of stuff that you remember hearing from your own parents as you were growing up in the kitchen, but like the memory was so distant that there's a couple little moments where you almost have a little bit of a flood of emotion that kind of we've all seen. Have you seen Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs?
I've seen the first one.
It's almost
going to talk about.
It's almost it's enough to make a grown man cry, but not today. You get back in there. Get back in there, Tyr.
Saving that for later.
But yeah, like I will treat this if becoming proficient with chef's tools, cook's tools. I don't remember what the proper item terminology is on here. If that is a goal, I will treat this success as a step towards gaining proficiency.
It is a goal. I don't know if you remember that I had Vernon working in the soup kitchen as something in his past.
Yeah. That's right. It has been a little bit, but
that's kind of why I went straight to here, because I was like integrating my background here.
Thank you. I am always appreciative of getting checked like that, because there's 5 of you that I got to keep track of. I will forget. I promise you, I will.
But there might be an oversight on my end of literally not realizing that
I will say you are on the way to gaining proficiency. You are well on the way.
Yeah.
But this is
also working in a soup kitchen doesn't necessarily mean, cooking. Like I could have just been washing veggies and stuff.
I mean, you got to start
Cleaning
somewhere.
dishes.
That was probably where most of your stuff was, but towards the end of your time there, you actually started getting a little bit of more hands-on with the actual production. So I'm going to count this as probably your 3rd success towards gaining proficiency.
Nice.
And there is a number of successes required in larger scale productions to gain any kind of proficiency with anything.
Gotcha.
By practicing. So like even it's a little bit, it's all going to be situations that are time consuming. Like if you are trying to gain proficiency with, let's say for example, acrobatics, right? That's not something that you, Vernon, are probably ever going to be great with or even good with. But if you wanted to gain proficiency in it, there's going to be a lot of downtime situations where you are going to have to spend time where that's all your character's working on is tumbling, back bends, so on and so forth, working on your flexibility, and thus rolling acrobatics checks to see, do you succeed or do you end up potentially hurting yourself? And over time, you go from potentially dealing with a disadvantage in it to straight rolls to potentially even acquiring advantage on your checks before ultimately becoming proficient.
Gotcha.
And expertise is also an option available, but that takes a lot more time.
Yeah, that sounds like a life dedication kind of thing.
Probably close to at least a year, outside of gaining it through feats, which are supernatural things, which is why they can happen quickly instead of the time dedication training thing. But yes, that said, that was mostly a rule drop for everyone's benefit. But yes, that said, as you know, everybody's kind of come through to get their meals. Eventually, the major comes in, and you know he's got a fairly gruff. Yeah, the entire time that you guys have interacted with him, or what little interactions you've had with him, the guy has a very, very serious business face. Like, he's also very keenly aware, as you guys can feel from the tangible, like, pressure in the air. This thing could pop off again at any moment, so he is on guard. But as he walks in and Lucky Quilt holds out a pair of socks to him, that look of severity breaks for a moment, and a smile actually comes across his face as he takes the socks, rubs them between his fingers and thumbs, and goes, "Did you make this?"
Yes, I did, with the help of that. Where'd it go?
Cal-
The other human.
Cal's probably seated over by Ebony, and he sheepishly gives a little wave as he goes,
He made the elastic, I made the socks.
kind of gives a little stretch and gives a bit of a nod as he goes, "Said your name's Lucky Quilt, right?"
That is the moniker I go by, yes.
See about sending a word back to command. I saw the boys excited about their socks, and I see why. It's a damn comfy feeling.
I remember back in my hometown, all the guards complaining about having to march around on sweaty feet up. So I came up with these. Obviously, you know, I don't wear socks personally. No, I just got my boots because I don't need them to fart. But still.
Saw a need, filled a need. I respect it.
Can also double as gloves in the cold weather.
If you have really short fingers.
If you have really short fingers, yeah.
Or fingerless gloves. But no.
Don't go cutting them.
No, that was above game. I did not do the voice.
Needs must. Needs must.
But
That's true.
Krasnik kind of nods, and you see him kind of carefully fold them up and tucks them into a pouch to put on later. He's a very, very gruff man, but he's not going to kill you guys here. Taking those boots off would be dangerous.
Ugh.
No.
But that said, he sits there. He goes, "Well, as me and the boys are unable to leave the base for now, you all came out here to render aid to those dislocated by the oncoming swarm. I come with options. I spoke with the other wagon. Between you, the rest of your friends, and the third band, we have 3 options. As you lot seem to be among the more capable, I felt it only prudent to allow you the first option of mission." As he says that, he kind of steps a little closer and beckons for the 5 of you to come closer to the table.
Cooch is closer to the
Like,
table.
are we over here? Or over here? Over here?
We're doing a
It's
little bit of
all
theater
It's
mind.
all in the brain.
Yeah.
Just making sure I didn't have to move my character.
No.
I walk over, or rip off a chunk of my garlic bread, hand him a piece of it as I sit down.
Who are you handing it to?
The general.
Major Gresnik. Yeah, he kind of smiles and nods and takes it.
Right back.
And he's about to take a bite, and you see his nostrils flare. He kind of looks at it, looks over at Lefty, Lefty beams and points to Vernon. And he looks to you, looks you up and down and goes, surprising. It's almost heavenly. He says, and he's already salivating. He looks like he's about to drool before he pops the chunk of bread in his mouth. And there's a momentary disconnect as he closes his eyes for a moment. After a few moments, he opens his eyes. He goes, all right, you lots are welcome here anytime.
I'm gonna kind of shuffle in my seat a bit, like clearly visibly happy that my bread has made a positive impact on everyone.
Oh yeah, between the bread and the socks, yeah, he likes your group. And also the repairs that he saw the girls making, and Totar friggin' savaging the one orc and appreciating his handiwork on the wall. Gresnik likes you guys.
That's good.
To reference, World of Warcraft, you guys are officially friendly with Major Gresnik.
Nice.
You guys are officially friendly with Fort Gresnik.
Friends are good to have.
But that said, he lays out a map and he gestures to 3 locations. And he goes, we have all 3 wagons had people that are capable martially, that can fight. So, all 3 of these objectives, there is a fairly high probability violence will be visited. But first over here, he gestures to a location to the west. There's a small settlement that we weren't able to evacuate ourselves, and the Syrians are approaching. They will not survive. Small farming community, a couple of eager local militia types, but against a trained martial force, they will fold. It will not be beautiful. Over here, he gestures to what you realize, Vernon, is very close to the region that you hail. An old village long abandoned from an earlier incursion has been adopted. They've been using it to store stolen grain and food supplies and are attempting to use that location to source their forces in our region. That one is a scouting mission. I want to gauge their forces, see their numbers, figure out what needs to be done to get them routed. And then he gestures further north, closer to the mountains. A friend of mine, Captain Hellfast, was last said to be seeking to secure one of our defenses. That was nearly a week ago. Considering we have not been rolled over yet, I do have hope that he was successful, but his silence is disconcerting, and we need someone to go see if they can find any sign of him.
Is he still dialoguing, or was that?
No, he kind of pauses as he kind of gets a little bit of a 1,000-yard stare before shaking his head, and as he drums his fingers on the map, and he goes, "As you are the most capable, we will leave it to you to determine which mission would you like."
I'm gonna draw my finger over to the evacuation mission and kind of use that as my way of voting. Those people are in the most urgent danger.
Just as a reminder, though, just because you don't pick a mission doesn't mean that mission will be completely ignored. There are 2 other parties. Basically, your guys' companions will be fielded to another one of the missions, and then, a bunch of no-name NPC adventurers are going to be fielded to the 3rd mission.
Okay. So it's not going to be nobody going there if we don't.
Correct.
Okay. That does change things a little bit. But my finger still looms over the evacuation.
Well, I have to agree. The civilians are in trouble. Might be the best place to go, but I will say this. If you're going to send any one of our compatriots from the other wagons, Tolik is very good at being sneaky. So, scout mission might be good for him.
There is a look of slight disbelief on Gresnik's face as you say that, and he holds a hand way up over his head.
Yeah, that's
The big guy.
big guy, very sneaky.
Is he nearby at all? Mr. Big Guy?
Roll perception.
Sure. I should be able to see him over everyone else, just saying.
That's how sneaky he is.
Oh fuck, he's right! Oh my goodness.
Like,
Roll perception. Okay, I have to take advantage off. Okay, there it is.
yeah, no. Like, so does anybody else want to roll perception?
Yes, absolutely.
How
Everybody's
close is?
gonna try?
We're all at the same table, correct?
Yeah, you guys are kind of surrounding a table.
Okay, I'm not too worried about it then.
I'm just doing it for shits and
We
giggles.
just turn around, he's right behind us.
Like,
is he hiding?
like as
Right.
so Gresnik is looking in disbelief, and you start to look around as this arm reaches over you and puts a finger on the scouting mission. He goes, "Duh, I do believe we'd be equipped for that."
Okay.
He's
So you
he
wanted to sneak
he
peek.
wasn't within 10 feet of you, Tothar, so it startled
Okay.
you still.
Okay.
And for the record, he nat 20'd.
Oh,
I'm gonna look up at him as his finger.
Like he didn't like reach over you, but he was like to the side
I
of
still
you.
have to look up at him.
Oh yeah, especially assuming you're seated,
Yeah.
it's even worse, as he's also kind of hunched over.
I look up at him, and kind of like as a test, I say some words to him in Giant, the language, and I ask, "What, do you pretend to be a mountain?"
He kind of sits there. He blinks, stares at you for a moment, and then in Giant, you hear, "Your accent is terrible."
I'm gonna throw my arms up.
What did you say?
Clearly defeated.
And then in common he goes, "His diction is good, just his accent is awful."
Oh. I forgot. I need to learn giant.
Hey, you just got a shit-eating grin.
But you, as he points to Doug, how's your dwarves coming along?
He kind of blinks for a few moments, and then he just says beer in Dwarvish.
That's the most important word. I mean, I didn't say that because I don't know Dwarvish. That's out of character.
I just shake my head. We'll get back to this.
Beer, stones, and ore.
He sits there, like he kind of frowns for a moment. Then he says rock in Dwarvish.
Yay!
No, rock and stone.
He knows how to say you have my pickaxe in Dwarvish.
God, that's beautiful. But
And in my axe.
so
And my axe, and my axe.
so we have two of you guys
And your
are,
brother.
two are, god damn it, two are voting for the evacuating the civilians. Sel, Evany, Totar, what are your opinions?
Oh, civilians. That's always going to come number one.
Yeah,
Alright.
civilian.
As he pats Vern on the arm. He's got the right. He's got the right idea.
I am gonna look to Gresnik though and ask, if we complete this early or if we're doing a mission afterwards, what should it be? I'm letting him choose the second option, assuming that we have to, it doesn't get handled.
He sits there. He kind of gives a little bit of a nod as he leans back over and gestures on the map. Where there's a crude little couple of little cone-shaped markers, which you can easily guess is to signify where the village is. And he explains, well, after you're able to get the civilians south to the main road, it'll be very easy for them to make it safely back to sorry.
World Port?
No.
Dalival.
To Kastaroth.
Oh, that one.
So it would be wise to accompany them the whole way.
He kind of gives a slight shake to his head. He goes, "There's regular military patrols on the roads, and
Good, just to get them to the men.
See,
but after that, as far as proximity goes, heading to hunt for Hellfast would be the most expedient secondary objective for you."
I'm sorry, just to understand, did you say Hellfast or Belfast?
Hellfast.
Hellfast, right.
where do you take notes in your? Oh, in the bio. Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, using the bio section for notes is actually really damn. So after he explains that it's a smaller village, there's 5 families in that community, and by families, it's like grandparents, aunts and uncles, parents, cousins. There's each family is about anywhere between 15 and 25 members in this small community. So there's approximately 100 people, 100 civilians, give or take a few. and
No.
a small handful, maybe between 5 and 10 of the young men and women are, militia.
How many?
Between 5 and 10 of them.
Gotcha.
Like that's generally the mathematics on almost any of these small villages. It's typically the population of a larger village is maybe 120 to 130 people, and the smallest village is maybe population 50. And typically, no more than 10% of any village's population is going to be militia, as a vast quantity of the population are children.
Gotcha.
Like the generalized breakdown is about 60 to 70% of the population are children. 30 to 20%, depending on how many are children, are going to be, adults, ranging from young adults to child rearing adult age, and then the last 10% are typically going to be the elders.
I would like to point out something before we go on this, and it is going to get grim, and I will say this. We cannot save everybody.
We can save most of them.
Save as many as we can, yes. But don't get it into your heads that we can save every single person. As much as I hate that idea of leaving people behind, sometimes it must be done.
I'm just gonna nod in agreement.
As you guys are calculating and everything, Cal kind of raises a hand and goes, given the members we have between us and the companions in the other wagon, he kind of looks to Evany and then looks to the rest of you. Perhaps it might be best if I went with them. He kind of looks to Evany and then looks to Vernon and Totar. He goes, I believe you have sufficient enough protection, these gentlemen. But given that Talig, who sits there and gives a little bit of a bow at the mention of his name, is not much of one for the direct conflict, it seems. And he gives another more emphatic nod. Perhaps it would be best if I went to stand as their shield. To which he looks to Vernon and Totar, as you two are more than capable of being their shield.
Yes.
Well, all I'll say is, you just be safe.
I can promise to try.
I have faith in him.
Takes a deep breath. Just don't accidentally have someone want to thunderwave you again. Please.
You see Cell just grimace when Ebony mentions that.
Cal kind of sits there and does a sharp intake of air through his teeth as he kind of goes, he's just lucky I didn't make him taste his teeth. I'll do it next time.
There's a
Next
story
time.
there.
Rich
Yes,
Pratt,
there is.
which, you know what? When he says that, Vernon, Totar, and Lucky, go ahead and roll an insight check. Actually,
Does this
all
Rich Pratt one sucks.
all of you guys can roll insights actually for this.
Whoa.
Hang on.
Wow.
On brand.
I'm like bricks here.
I know everybody.
Not a lot going on upstairs.
Cell, do you want to roll an insight?
Sure.
Unfortunate. All right, so like Ebony and Sal, you guys, think not much of it because you two know that the asshole spoken of is a Rich Pratt.
Rich Pratt. Whatever that means.
But a rich,
Pratt.
a Pratt, a pompous, arrogant asshole, spoiled little shit, a brat,
Gotcha.
so on and so forth. Lots of unpleasant terms can be summarized with Pratt.
That's a new word for me.
There's a new one, Tally Bogle.
But Totar and Lucky, you guys are like, the way he speaks, his inflections, his mannerisms. He's probably a Rich Pratt too.
Mm.
And
Calculations start working in Lucky's mind here. Like, wait a minute.
I will say with that 21 insight, you realize why he was so okay with taking only 25.
Oh.
In the back of your head, you're like, shit, I should have pushed for 80.
That's all you hear in the corners. Man.
Bitch.
Keska, fuck.
If anything, I would probably have disadvantage figuring that out because I don't think my character's met a lot of wealthy people in general.
Yeah, but it's like, with that said, like, I will give you a little bit of extra information, Lucky. His clothing, now that between that insight check and your proximity while you guys were making the socks and everything, he's like, his clothing is actually like, most of his robes are silk, and like his inner robes are silk. He's got very nice linen ropes on the outside that mostly kind of hide and downplay. He did a good job at trying to make himself look a little more common than he actually is. But he still hasn't been able to get rid of his creature comforts.
I don't just keep squinting at him with my beady eye, like, I'm on to you.
At least you think you are. That said, he goes. Cal kind of sits there and goes, but that all said, I think Talig and I should probably go and converse with the others and arrange for how we're going to go about it and who's going to be on what detail. But as he looks to all of you in turn, I'll keep them safe.
Good, Grant. Talik, keep him safe.
Oh, I'm sure Pepper will probably keep you safe whether you like it or not.
Cal slowly closes his eyes and suppresses a shudder. And he goes, I really hope we don't have to stay out anywhere overnight. Her jokes about wanting to keep me warm are really getting uncomfortable.
Mm.
As far as I can tell, they weren't jokes.
Ah!
How much body heat can a fairy produce?
You would be surprised.
I don't want to find out.
Her wings.
Somewhere else in the camp, Pepper sneezes. But that said, with a mission selection made, it is late, and you guys are collectively in dire need of a good rest.
There was something I wanted to do before sleep time.
Okay.
Well aware of the fact that usually after a good night's rest, I feel re-blessed with the powers of my god. I see fit to expend them before I sleep. So, I'm going to go to the three aforementioned injured soldiers and expend my lay on hands on them individually.
What is your goal exactly? Just restoring hit points, or?
I'm hoping to focus it on areas that are particularly damaged, restore their.
I was going to say because what lay on hands typically is for is restoring hit points or removing diseases or poisons.
You could do that with lay on hands.
Yeah. So
Granted, none of the campaigns I've ever played have ever had to deal with diseases or poisons.
oh, believe me, they're coming. But
Splendid.
anyways, so the third portion, after as an action, you can touch a creature and draw power from the pool to restore a number of hit points to that creature up to a maximum amount remaining in your pool. Alternatively, you can expend 5 hit points from your pool of healing to. It was on the other page.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at my other stuff.
Yeah. Where was it? You expend 5 points, so you could do it up to 3 times to cure the target of 1 disease or neutralize 1 poison affecting them.
Gotcha.
And you can cure multiple diseases and neutralize multiple poisons with a single use of lay on hands, expending hit points separately for each one. So you could heal 3 people of 1 disease each, or 1 person of 3 diseases, or 2 poisons and a disease, or whatever.
Without
Which would make you an absolute nightmare if you were chaotic at a bar.
I'll
Because
just make
alcohol is a
everybody
poison.
sober.
You can make 3 people sober.
They call me Buzzkill.
I've never done that before. He lied.
That's funny.
Especially to a dwarf, it just breaks their poor little mind.
So, without like good medicine knowledge, because all I've ever done is put bandages on people at most, I like go to assess them and see what's literally obvious. Like, because I know you were telling me one was in a sling, I think, one had bandages around his head, and the third guy is literally the dude missing the arm.
No.
And he was
The
chef.
third guy had his leg in a splint.
Oh,
You know what? I think Ebony would probably come help Vernon.
yeah, I would probably look kind of bewildered, like, just kind of like hands going around. They might not even know what I'm doing. They're like, why are you touching me? And,
They would. The first one kind of like tenses a little bit until Lucky goes, "He ain't gonna hurt you none. He's a follower of Palor, the sun god. Recognize the
Lucky
symbol
or
on the
Lefty?
shield." Or Lefty.
Lefty.
I'm sorry. I've been saying Lucky the whole night, and my brain
You're good.
autofilled. Sorry.
I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, Lefty says
I
that.
was about to say, where's this coming from?
Like,
Lefty
you're not doing the
goes,
accent.
he's serving a Palor. See the sun on her shield? He's a good one. He's a good one. You can trust him.
Yay.
At which point they visibly relax a little bit. Not like, full on relax, but
Seeing Vernon on purpose burning what he's got. Like he's just gonna go, why didn't I take it? And he's going to walk outside to where no one is, and he's gonna grimace and cast mage armor on himself and see if anything happens.
all right. So where exactly are you going to stand for that?
Like away from everybody.
All right, but still inside the camp.
Still inside the camp. but,
Okay.
where no one
Are
else
we
is
all
standing.
dead?
All right. So
You're about to party wipe us.
we will deal with that in a moment.
Oh no.
But
I'm trying to see through him doing it. Lucky's come up with the idea of I can force this.
Potentially.
No.
So, So Ebony, if you are
Yeah.
attempting to assist him,
I would step back and observe what you're doing to see if you know better.
let me see, would you know better?
I mean,
I'm
partially.
hijacking your sheet.
Oh, hello, thanks.
I think you might slightly potentially know better, maybe? I don't know. Let me double check his sheet.
I mean, we could.
Yeah. You guys can either roll individually because you have a 1 point difference in bonus.
Okay. So
Or you can,
is-
or Ebony can roll with advantage.
I think you rolling with advantage is the wisest.
All right, let's. Do you want me to do a medicine check?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. I figured it was medicine.
So you're not certain if the magics you guys have. I mean, it might work, but you're not really certain. You're not certain if any of the spells you have will fix what's wrong with them, or if maybe something he's got. But you know that I will say with what you rolled there, you are aware that that guy's shoulder is fucked. That guy's knee was blown out, basically, which is why he's splinted up the way he is to keep it from moving. And you're pretty sure that eye is not going to grow back.
Oh,
I can make him an eye patch.
yeah.
I'm going to explain this to Vernon. My healing is still not that great. She's still learning.
If you would like to pick one of them, Vernon, and potentially be willing to gamble all of your lay on hands on one attempt, just channel as much divine energy into them to try to undo one injury, I will allow you to make that gamble.
Would I be able to do that with my cure wounds as well?
No, unfortunately. Cure wounds is just going to be hit points.
Okay. So obviously his eye is not growing back, so I have to write him off. Like, I literally can't help him in any way, I think. He might he might have a mild concussion, but that'll come. He'll be fine. So the one's got a fucked up knee and the one's got a fucked up elbow.
Or
Not
shoulder.
elbow, shoulder.
Yeah.
If it were me, I'd probably do the person potentially with the leg first.
Yeah, being able to walk is pretty important.
All right. So if you're going to do this, I will need for you to roll a wisdom saving throw for me.
Okay. At first, I'm gonna tell the guy with the shoulder, like, I'm sorry. I wish I had enough to help the both of you, but him being unable to walk is a death sentence.
He kind of is a little perplexed, but gives a nod in agreement at the lack of mobility will probably kill him sooner than it'll kill the guy with the shoulder issue.
If something were to happen here where we all had to evacuate, he would not.
No, and they all understand that fact, which is why he has, of all of them, has been visibly the most glum all evening.
Yeah. So I'm going to, like, just gently place my hands on his, like, knee. And then you wanted me to roll a wisdom saving throw?
Yes,
Okay.
because I really enjoy using saving throws for things other than saving throws.
Gotcha.
So, as you place your hands, you concentrate. You utter. I don't know if you utter vocally a prayer to Palor or silently or whatever. You concentrate on your connection with your deity, and anybody watching as your head is bowed, your eyes are closed, and you are concentrating. You are willing the literal, tangible, healing light of your god through you into this man. You guys see the symbol of the sun on his shield kind of start to glow faintly. And anybody that has an angle to where you can see like the collar of his tabard, the neck of his armor, there's a little bit of light kind of faintly radiating there. And his hands start to give off light that seems to actually not reflect off of this man's knees like light, actual sunlight would, but this light is penetrating into this man's leg as you channel all 15 points of lay on hands into him. And he kind of gives a little bit of grunt because you feel the warmth in your hands. He feels the warmth in his knee. And it's a pretty intense warmth. Not a painful warmth, but a little bit uncomfortable.
Like a heated blanket you've had on for too long.
Yes. And he kind of, like, not necessarily like wincing in pain, but that little kind of squints an eye. And then anybody, like, you hear it because you're literally right there. Anybody with a passive perception of 13 or higher hears a pop.
Ew.
Oh, you'd see Cell grimace.
As literally, as you don't know exactly what happened internally, because
No clue.
Medical science is nowhere near in this world, but
I haven't
literally
cut up enough people to know what's going on in there.
you literally regenerated his patella and it slotted back into place because his patella had been basically impaled by his like compressed between his tibia and his femur and his is that the tibia?
I could tell you that probably wasn't going to grow back naturally.
No. But literally, it was not a pleasant healing. But he yelps because it did hurt. But then he stares, and he starts like almost frantically ripping the band. He starts to try to pull the bandages off, and then you see him pull a knife out and slice the bandages off. And you see his leg, and it's bruised. It's very visibly bruised, but it looks like it's bruising that has been there for days. So it's starting to yellow. It's still pretty dark, but there's a lot of yellowing to the bruise.
Ooh.
And he bends his knee.
Yeah!
And he starts to sob.
I lean over and hand him a pair of socks.
Yeah. You can use those now.
He actually cries into the socks for a few moments.
I'm gonna hug this man, and I'm gonna.
Oh, he
pat
hugs
him
you
on my
back.
back.
He hugs you.
Yeah.
So, for the record, you beat that DC by 1.
Oh shit.
Nice.
There would have been more that would have been done had you succeeded by 5 or more, and for every multiple of 5. So, for the record, anytime somebody like exceeds a check by a lot, more stuff happens based off of how well you beat the check.
So you're telling me his knee could have been better than me? Like
Yes.
RoboCop.
Yeah, if you managed to like nat 20 it, he would have done a backflip. He would have been like the $1 million man. He would have been ready to go to war with you. Right now,
Nice.
he can walk. He's still going to use his crutch for a while, but he can at least put weight on the knee now. The rest of the muscles still need some time to finish recovering, but his knee bends, and there's an actual patella there.
Hell yeah.
I gotta double check something. It is very unfortunate that you can't have more than 2 inspirations at the end of the session.
I
What?
mean, it is what it is.
I mean, currently you have a spare inspiration for that. You're currently sitting at 3.
I am.
Yes, I'm giving you an inspiration for that.
Nice.
Oh, piece of candy.
That was really good. I'm really happy with that.
All right. Well, now that I've exhausted all of my options and resources,
Meanwhile, outside,
God.
Oh no.
oh god, time for all of my work to be ruined.
Potentially.
No, inside. You'll be fine. Unless I get struck by a bolt of lightning.
we'll see what happens.
So
I
I
just
go
got to
through-
pull up the list.
Yep, pull up the list just in case.
All right, so.
So, I have 2 spell slots left.
All
I
right.
have 2 chances to make this work. So, go through the motions, mage armor, and I'm like bracing myself.
All right, roll.
So that's it.
You know what? Roll it public.
Oh no.
Oh.
Okay.
All right.
Still passes. My
My
counter is at 6.
Yep.
my butt is clenching.
And once more. Now I realize this is probably a bad idea. As he clicks fingers again. 4!
Oh.
Yes! It goes off.
All right.
Oh
so
no.
Wait, is that bad?
now I need
don't
you
know.
to roll me a D100.
Perfect.
Eh.
26.
All right. You start like zipping around as you, for the next minute, can use disengage as a bonus action.
I'm just going for a jog around the floor.
Like,
So
like
you're
it's
just getting the
zoomies.
cat zoomies. Yeah. I was
yeah,
gonna say,
yeah.
it's
He just
exactly
gave
like
himself the
cat
zoomies. Like anytime somebody happens to try to reach out to touch him, he's like, yoink, nope.
You can't pet me.
You can just
Nope,
hear the
nope, nope, nope.
claws scattering on, like, you know when the cats are like when they have the zoomies and you're on carpet, you can
You
hear
hear
them
the nails.
tearing the carpet.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that with grass.
You
And
hear
sand.
the pitter patter on the cobblestone.
Yeah.
Whee.
Good. Now that's a reset for the next battle, so it won't go off in the middle of a battle.
Though if that one went off like that, that would have been
That would've
fine.
Probably useful.
There's a lot of really fun ones in here, and none of them are as stupid as you permanently turn blue.
Why are you blue?
Like
Excuse me. but
that's one of the
You're
potentials
blue?
on the baseline chart, which is boring.
Oh my...
On the
Yeah.
baseline chart, I rolled what, 26?
That one didn't exist in the baseline chart.
Is this wild magic? I've
Yes,
only
it
ever
is.
seen it once before.
This is wild magic, but
So-
I'm using a custom table.
That's fun.
If I use the ordinary table, an eye appears on your forehead for the next minute. During that time, you have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight.
I would have been like checking you for evil energy if I saw that.
What?
Well, you got something on your forehead.
But yeah, so as you guys have spent your resources, I'm assuming everybody's okay with bedding down for the night and taking a long rest.
Yeah.
Cal would have met with the other sidekicks and established the battle plan. But you all have a nice long rest.
I don't know if you actually have a map of this other village that
Not yet.
Resnick might provide to us. No.
I will provide the map.
At the
He's-
session of.
Yeah, he doesn't actually have like a map of the layout of the village because
Gotcha.
it's a small village. It's off the map. Nobody ever. Most of the tiny villages don't actually get mapped because they're
Yeah.
it's literally like a couple of
The-
a house for each family and a couple of barns maybe.
There's probably 100,000 of them.
Maybe not that many, but there's a lot of them.
Yeah, there's at least 3.
But everybody gets the benefit of a long rest, spell slots restored, other resources, etc., etc.
Oh yeah.
Hit his rest button.
There's a rest button.
Notice how big a spell to actually discharge the spare energy.
Rest button is where? Where's the
So
sneaky
right
little
underneath
button?
characteristics, there's a 2 purple buttons that say short rest and long rest.
Characteristics.
So on the right side,
I'm on my character.
yeah, core, bio, and spells. Down.
Oh, spells?
No.
No.
Where it says core, bio, and spells, if you scroll down from there on the
Oh,
core
there is
page,
a button. That is not purple. But I don't have dark mode on, so that's probably why.
Yeah.
I have dark mode on.
Yeah, I like
It's
dark
purple.
mode on because my eyes are sensitive to the bright light.
Okay, so I do need to manually add back the smite points and the lay on hands. And the
Yeah,
charm ability.
Yeah, a lot of those you have
Which
to
is fine.
manually.
Wait, what the fuck is my channel divinity again? I have one of those. I'm Oath of the Ancients.
Yeah, they're down near the
pretty
bottom of features and traits.
Pretty sure it's some kind of ensnaring smite.
Yeah, it is. 2 up from that. Nature's
Oh,
Wrath.
you are right.
But, anyways, as you guys settle in,
Somebody's rusty.
Sorry.
Did you win?
Sorry. Nah, I was moving stuff about. Sorry. I was making the nest in the corner, you know.
He's a bird. He's a bird.
I should sleep on my pile of socks tonight.
Honestly, that's what my cats do.
so as you guys settle in for your slumber, oh shit! I just realized I need to preface something. No, I'll explain it later. So, you guys all settle into slumber.
Oh no, the music changes.
You all seem to wake, but you are not where you were before. You are standing on a cliff. You look to your left, you look to your right, you see your companions. Talig, Pepper, Cal, Vernon, Lucky, Cell, Evany, Totar, Beast, and several others that some faces are obscured by something. Faces that you don't know. Some that you have only met recently, like Major
Gresnik.
Major Gresnik. And you have no idea where you're standing. Behind you is a sheer mountain of rock. The peak is beyond the clouds above you. And the wall behind you along this cliff is solid. There's no caves openings to get in. This ledge of rock is probably about 10 feet from the rock wall behind you and the edge of the cliff dropping down beyond the fog below, hundreds of feet. You have no idea how you got here. You have no idea how to get down, how to get up. And as you are looking around, taking stock of this, a pair of claws slam down on the cliff, on the ledge, startling you all as you look up and you see this great beast, a beast of legend, a beast of myth, something that you guys have not, none of you possibly no one you know personally have ever seen in recorded history. Leering down above you is a dragon, a great worm, a massive beast, a creature that most of society believes lost to time. They don't exist anymore. The last recorded sighting of a dragon was easily hundreds of years ago. Possibly even in the tens of hundreds. None but maybe the oldest of elves remembers actually seeing when dragons regularly flew through the skies. You guys stand there in awe and terror of this beast before you. It rears its head back and opens its maw to breathe death upon you all. As you wake up from your long rest.
Oh,
You are well rested, but you all probably wake up with various states of getting startled because literally, as death came, you woke.
I'm gonna. Who wants to be the person who was sleeping closest to me?
Oh,
I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just.
Sure.
You're the person I'm gonna be emoting at.
Sure.
Kotar.
All right. I looked at Totar, and I just frowned. Like I can never get a good night's rest.
Why? As he stares at the ceiling.
Horrible, awful dreams every single night.
But this was a new one for you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying that so that maybe anybody else who had a horrible, awful dream saw.
Maybe it was the cheese. For the corner of the room.
Or it could be the weird socks that you made.
That's the first time I've ever had dreams. I'm writing that down.
I don't think the socks are cursed.
They were made with love, right?
They
From
were made
goblin
with other people's
clothing.
But they were
I
made with
cleaned
love
them.
too.
They were cleaned before they got turned.
Yes.
Ebony just, while you guys are talking, lifts up her leg, touches it, touches her arm next. Well, I'm still here. You're all still here. All of you were in my dream last night, which was kind of weird.
About that time, you hear a hoot from outside where Cal was sleeping, as he goes, "Whew! Not dead!" And then you hear a loud thud as he falls off the wagon that he was sleeping on.
I wonder if the dragon would like some socks.
Oh, you had a dream about a dragon too.
Yeah, you
I'll
see
give
the
him-
slow turn from Celeste with her eyes narrowed. Like, did we all have the same dream?
What? Did we just share a dream?
What's
Don't
that
want
about sharing
anyone
dream?
else's-
Cal asks as he walks in.
I don't want anyone else's dreams anymore. You can keep them.
Premonition.
Don't say that.
Premonition. Well, I'm going to say one thing. Suck it up, Buttercup, because normally premonition dreams like that come in threes.
Bad humors.
And too much.
Stare at the cat.
Fine.
Well,
Fine.
you stated something. I wish you to explain it further.
All things come in threes.
I look over to Vern. Vernon, stare at him.
I take that as a command and I stare at Lucky.
I fucking
I
stare
shake my
back.
head. I shake my head slowly. Put my head back on the pillow, stare at the ceiling. It's gonna be a long journey.
What? I didn't understand.
Ebony.
No, he was
She's
saying
like-
he was staring at Vernon.
Oh,
Vernon
I
stared at
thought
me.
I thought he said he looks at Vernon and says stare at him.
No.
Oh.
God, that was
I said
good.
I turn and stare at Vernon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I might need to raise.
Oh,
Oh,
my
that was
God.
great.
Damn.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
My stare's so commanding, you should just do it. What you think,
Yeah.
I think.
You see Celeste turn to look at Ebony and she's like, do you think we can go home yet?
See Ebony's face, like she's blinking a few times. You just see her take a very deep, collected breath. But you can tell just by her posture, and then when she looks and stares back at you, you can see just internal screaming in her eyes.
Dragons aren't real anyways, and if they were, they would taste good. So
At
we
one
have
point in
something
time,
to
then.
look
I-
forward to.
I wish we still have our little thing to do to help people first, but
Hold on.
I'll see if when we get back to Castroth, if I can't message my father about this.
Hold on. You're telling me you do not believe in dragons?
Have you ever seen one?
Yes!
Love it.
Last night in our dream.
You're full of it.
I'm not full of anything. We saw it. We all saw it.
Oh, but everything I see in my dreams is real.
It's only real when more than 6 people see it happen.
About that time, Thala comes in and goes, stares at Vernon and goes, I don't know what you put in that bread.
I'm so sorry.
I don't think collective food poisoning is going to make us have the same dream.
Do you have
About
a
that time, Pepper
better-
comes in, fluttering in through a window. She goes, no. No. As
Did she even need anything?
Yes.
and Severos is you guys don't even know when the fuck Severos came into there, but he kind of like slowly worms his way out from under Lucky's pile of socks. Yes, yes.
That I point to Severos. That's the only dragon I.
To which he
What
says,
the fuck?
to which he says, there he goes.
What?
Listen here, I take that as a compliment.
I'm
He's
glad.
my favorite little dragon.
He puffs up and preens a little before sitting there and slumping his shoulders, and he goes, I do not like this dream. I don't want to hear of it anymore.
The only premonitions I receive are from the divines. Everything
And
else
do
is
you think
false.
this
Wait,
came
can I do a religion or history check given my background and try to think of any religions that do celebrate dragons or worms?
Sure.
Oh, that wasn't a very celebratory dream. We got turned into barbecue.
So you do know that with that you have heard of cults that that worship ancient deity of dragonkind, but you don't know of any like you know there's like probably some dragonborn that might, maybe some kobolds, but you know they're mostly fanatics. But then again, almost any religion that worships a being of chaos, death, and murder tends to be viewed as, by most other organized religions, as a cult. That's about the extent of your information. You don't know anything about like who it is that they worship. You just know that there's a cult of some kind somewhere in operation that worships an evil dragon goddess, god, something.
I would share that information with the group then.
You're going to scare everyone.
Too late.
Are we not scared already? We just had a collective dream and or hallucination of a dragon killing us.
I'm gonna look at you a little sternly. I don't know if you want to roll insight.
Sure,
But-
I'll roll. I can roll for insight.
I don't know what the check would be.
Yeah.
It depends. Are you trying to hide something?
I'm actually trying to communicate it a little stern stare, but I'm
So-
trying to keep everybody.
So give it like maybe DC 10.
Okay.
Yeah, she can read you like a book.
Okay. It's not that I don't believe in dragons. I'm trying to prevent mass hysteria
Mass hysteria.
because we're already dealing with it.
I mean, we're dealing with it now, but just I've got one important question.
I didn't say that out loud. That was me telling.
Okay.
That was
Yeah,
that
like-
was what
The
Celeste was
main
able to
group, like-
glean from.
I turned around.
Beast is kind of like laying with his head in Totar's lap, and he's kind of giving like occasional soft whimpers.
No.
Did he have a bad dream too?
He
Yeah,
looks at you,
yes.
and he literally lifts his head and nods before laying his head back down.
That's the smartest dog I've ever met.
I'm pretty sure that's not a dog.
That's saying something because I've only met like. I
Roll
get it now,
perceptions.
I've met a couple dogs.
I'm not kidding. Roll perceptions.
All right.
Everybody?
All right.
I don't care what flavor of dog he is. He's a dog. And dog gets belly scratch.
All right, so Quilt and Sal, you both see when Quilt says that, Beast just gives like a fucking glare at Quilt for that. Like the canine equivalent of go fuck yourself. But with just the eyes and the ears fold back.
But
And then immediately
gonna-
resets to, nestling up to Totar. Comfort.
if Beast will
Totar
let
puts
me,
his. Go ahead.
I was gonna say if Beast will let me, I'm gonna reach over, like offer to pat him on the head as like my hand hovers a bit.
Oh yeah, he'll let you.
All right.
He has fought alongside you, and you fought with valor. So yeah, you're a good person. You can pet.
All right. Cool. I give him a pat.
So I've got a question for the collective.
What was
Yeah,
Totar
I'll
gonna say though?
Oh yeah.
I don't want
Yep.
to. I don't
Yes.
want to skip over.
Yeah.
it.
Sorry. Hold on off. What was Totar about to say?
Oh, I was just gonna do the belly rubs, but someone else grabbed it, so I'm letting him have it.
Well, yeah, he's patting Totar's head. You're doing the side and belly rubs, and Beast stops whimpering.
If there's
Good.
not multiple people can pet one dog.
Especially as big as he is.
There's not a maximum capacity to pets.
I'm pretty sure there's a limit to how many people can fit around him to pet him.
Yeah. There's a limit to any at a time, but there's not a limit to in total. So we can take turns. I mean, there's kind of a limit to total due to the existence of time, but you know what I mean.
And for reference, I don't necessarily have height and width and everything, but he's about 120 pounds of beefy dog.
That's a big
That's a-
fucking dog.
I was about to say that is a big ass
It's
dog.
not a dog. That's a baby bear.
I told you it's not a dog.
Okay.
That's not a
Let me
dog.
double
That's
check.
a fucking wolf bulldozer.
Sorry, I was wrong. He's about 150 pounds.
Jesus Christ.
God, that's
That's
a
a
horse.
big ass dog.
Somebody's been sneaking testosterone in this kibble.
I
That's
feed him my
interesting.
enemies.
I was gonna say he's been feeding him cans of whoop ass.
No, that's what he's been delivering.
Yeah.
Fair, yeah, fair.
So, Offler, floor is yours again. Sorry.
Don't worry, I forgot.
Shit, I'm sorry.
No. Perfect tabaxi moment. I forgot. But hang on.
All I know is that you were saying it was a collective question for the group.
That's true.
All
Yeah.
right. I remember now. I remember. Did anyone get the color?
I
Did
was too
you?
terrified.
You know what?
Fict-
I want
Fictional.
all of you to roll me wisdom saving throws.
Oh God.
No. It's not to save against an effect.
Oh.
That could have been way worse.
The dragon scales were like the very different shades of the rainbow. It was green, and it was also green, and more green. I'm colorblind.
Wouldn't that be a prismatic dragon at that point?
I was making a colorblind joke. So I said I was colorblind in the end.
I got it.
I got it.
My night vision would have came up black anyway, so black and white anyway.
I'm not actually colorblind. I could see all two colors.
I'm gonna kill him. Anyways,
I-
Celeste, did you get that whisper?
Yes,
I have
I
a-
did.
Okay.
Bad's DM's
So-
most smiteable character.
So, am I allowed to share this with the group?
Yeah, you can.
No.
Okay.
That's
Your
up to
mouth
you.
is spectrally taped.
That is the information that Celeste has. What she does with that information is entirely up to her and her player.
Okay. So, first of all, can I do? Would this be another? This would probably be a history check to remember what chromatic dragons do, right?
Yeah.
But it's actually a chromatic dragon.
Hold on.
What is that?
Okay, so I will say, considering it is ancient history, but you especially with your friendship with Ebony, you both have poured over a lot of storybooks and stuff, along with a lot of in your case a lot of schematics and stuff, and her a lot of arcane tomes about different kinds of magic. But you guys have also read a lot of stories, some of it historical, sometimes purely fictional. But you know one simple truth. So you can choose how to share it if you want.
Okay.
You guys didn't. You just see Totar pull out a book. He seems to be scribbling something into it.
What's drawing?
Not drawing.
Oh.
So what are you pretending to write?
Not pretending to write anything. I am not a cat. I actually have skills.
Oh,
Ebony
Oh,
just kind of
pain.
covers her mouth like, oh.
the
Yeah.
pain. No sucks for you.
So
Yes.
I'm going to go take liberty here, Celeste, with what you rolled all together, the information you received. You guys see the little blue elf girl.
Not a no.
I know.
I know.
Pale a few shades.
Yeah, I was gonna say that would be like you can kind of see her just drop her head down when Lucky asks what
Look, now
color
she's
it was.
white.
No, she's still blue. She's just kind of like a bluish gray.
Ebony
you-
kind of just puts her hand goes up to her and just kind of puts her hand on her head.
I visualize that your eyes are probably like dancing side to side real quick, like you're rereading what you had read before.
Yeah.
That little panic, rapid eye movement that people do when they're about to potentially freak out.
Yeah, she kind of looks at like when Ebony reaches out to her, she looks up and she was like, "That was a chromatic dragon."
Does that mean?
Ebony's eyes just get big.
I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna walk over to you guys. Gonna put my hands on both your shoulders. Come on. We're just a group of random commoners of no consequence. Why would a dragon want to kill us?
Because our threads of our future tends to probably lead us to that.
I don't know. Threads?
I was trying to make sure the cat understood.
I see.
I understand pretty fine.
I see good
Matt.
food and laughter in our future. Dream be damned.
So it was either red, blue, green, white, or pink? Was it pink?
It was chromatic, whatever color that is.
It wasn't of the metallic type.
That means it's...
Pretty sure dragons are made of scales.
Cal's kind of like rubbing his temples. And in response to Verdon's unfamiliarity, he goes, so, in short, dragons typically, there are some exceptions, but in general, are either metallic, gold, silver, copper, brass, bronze, or they're chromatic, red, white, black, blue, and green.
Black.
Metallic dragons tend to be on the side of good. Chromatic dragons, however, and he looks to Celeste, who's kind of
She's having that like kind of defeated oh fuck moment.
yeah,
Do
and
they
Cal's
bleed?
sweating a little bit.
Do they bleed?
Cal kind of looks at you, looks at your you got a warhammer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of gestures to your warhammer to Totar's halberd. He goes, not to those.
I have a weapon stronger than my warhammer.
He raises an eyebrow.
I was like, that sounded better in my head. I was going to say I had faith, but that's really not going to work for you guys. So
I have a bigger hammer. As I
He is
pull
a
out
bigger
the ball.
hammer.
You saw how
Nathan.
big that dragon was.
to which-
You-
You pull out the maul. Cal goes, that'll definitely piss it off a little. So for reference,
Wow.
its claw was big enough to pick one of you up and toss you like a toy.
Sweet.
Like, it was massive.
So we got person-sized claws.
I would say
Now-
bigger than
now
person type claws.
How big is the rest of the dragon? Because the claws are clearly big. All right, is the rest of the body proportional,
Yes.
or is it
Yes.
just got big claws?
You saw its mouth.
Well, my friends, it seems something has fated us in this cosmic plan of our universe for us to meet this thing. Now,
Sounds like
Start
everyone's
panicking.
jumping to conclusions.
what jump-
And Cal's kind of sweating as he goes, yeah, I mean, it could just be food poisoning. We all did eat the
yeah,
bread.
Could be. Yeah, it could,
I
To
mean,
which-
it could also be the
multiple-
soup. Come on.
To which,
I never had
At-
the soup.
as he says that, somebody, one of the guards comes in and he goes, wait, what about the bread? The bread was delicious.
Right?
Did you have any
See,
weird
I
dreams
don't-
last night, sir?
Please don't
No?
be spreading misinformation about my bread.
Like, he's sitting there, he's very nervous, looking between you and Cal, as Cal asks, did you have any weird dreams last night? No, I slept fine.
See? Not everybody had the dreams, so they're probably not real.
So here's the thing. You're telling me at some point in your religious wanderings and backstories that you've never come across visions shared by multiple people who are then led on to do great things?
No.
Bad things.
Oh, this sounds
Uh,
like one of those stories I read when I was little.
Exactly. This is
Does
it.
it-
This is
does-
the
does it-
start of our epic saga.
Does it look like I've done great things?
Celeste just
No.
raises her hand. She's
Yes,
like,
exactly.
You see Celeste just raise her hand. She's like, can I just go home? I didn't ask to be part of this.
We're gonna be fine.
Heroes are never asked. This is our chance to be something great.
I thought you
Ebony
just wanted to be rich.
I do, but that's not the point.
With greatness
Ebony
comes
just-
riches. That's what he's thinking.
What is better than being just rich? Rich and famous.
I just wanna.
Points at the cat. Told you.
I just wanna.
One of these days, we're going to walk into a room, say to someone, there's the one moment in your life that you meet someone so unbelievably famous and aspiring. Well, here I am. You know, this is our chance to become famous.
Cal just kind of slowly raises his head as he goes, I just wanted to make jewelry, man.
Everybody here is insane.
Well, how about this? Oh, go ahead, Totar. You go first.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
Oh no, you go first.
No, you go first.
No, I'll go first.
You've
I'm
barely been talking, Hammer. You go first.
That's okay. That's my character. He doesn't talk a lot. He just sits there and slowly just shames all of you for everything you do.
I can't feel shame.
We noticed.
Well, how about this? We just let's do what our initial goal was, and then we try to recompose ourselves once we finish that job and get to Castaroth. Probably look some stuff up there before we try to piece together what's going on.
You know what? This is a good time for me to have a question, buddy. Okay. I'm gonna produce a little piece of paper. It's going to be a lot more formal looking than everything else in like my backpack, as it's actually in an envelope, but it's unsealed. And I pull it out and I show it to the nearest person. This is my will. Does anybody else have one?
No.
You should make one.
Who's gonna get my stuff? I ain't leaving it to you. I fear the things you'll do with it.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't want your stuff.
I also have a question. If you
Go.
die by this fire-breathing dragon, your will also burns up.
He's right. Fuck, I didn't anticipate fighting dragons. Good thing we're not going to.
No, we hold on. The fate has decided. You know, this is coming, whether we like it or not. We can either fight
I'll
it
tell you
or
what's
get
decided.
ready for it.
I'll tell you what's decided.
I'm good to get ready for it. If you guys don't want to, that's fine. If you want to get decimated by this thing, that's
You have
fine. I'm gonna have
any
a few tricks
idea?
up my sleeve.
Any idea how flammable fur is?
Very flammable.
Yes.
He just looks
And?
over at Celeste right now, like, I'm gonna go to the Magic Tower and Castaroth when we get over there.
And I will join you. I'm curious to see if this does mean stuff. Because I don't know about you, but I've read a few books in my time, and I've always wanted to go on an adventure. This is perfect.
I just wanted to build things. I wanted to build shiny things.
And you're going to.
Well, how about you build the shiny things and we take those shiny things and shove it down the dragon's throat? As he smiles at you.
Cal just kind of sits there and goes, I just wanted to make jewelry. As you see, he's laid out, like he's opened a box and there's like rings and chains.
And all I wanted to do was make people comfortable with clothing. But I see an opportunity. I can see us becoming more and greater than we could ever be. Yes, my first love is my weaving. Your
It's not
first love
money?
is your jewelry, knowledge.
He kind of
brute
pauses for a
force.
moment and just shifts through the jewelry.
Everyone has what they started with. what they're good at, what they're great at.
Oh.
But this is just the beginning. You just want to go back to your workshop and create things. Celeste, my dear, you could create the future itself.
I look at the cat. I have more than just brute force.
My apologies. You are a spectacular, muscular force of your own design, which I think is beautiful.
I think you got nice fur too.
Thank you.
Cal sits there and goes, This is a lot. You know, fuck it.
I'm gonna-
and he stands
I'm
up,
gonna-
reaches into, he stands up, turns and takes Ebony's hand, and puts a ring in the palm of her hand.
So soon.
And then he sits there, he turns and he moves to the next closest person who would probably be Celeste, as he hands her a ring and goes to each of
Oh,
you.
bye.
Oh my.
And, goes to Lucky Quilt, goes to Vernon, goes to Totar.
Which finger do I put this on?
He goes, it's magic. It'll fit on whatever finger on your either hand you want to put it on.
As I look at my giant hands and look at the ring.
Do you try to put
Are
it on?
you sure?
Do you try to put it on?
I try to. I grabbed it. I grab my ring finger and I try to slide it on.
And as the ring approaches your fat sausage finger, it stretches and slides
You're all-
on like it was like it was forged for your hand.
You're all worried about the socks being cursed and now you're putting on rings.
My socks are not cursed.
I know they're not cursed.
Well, I'm not worried about due to the fact that if it is cursed, he's seen what I did to something as I flung it over his head, and I'm pretty sure he will harm.
I'm just stating the irony. I trust him, and I put the ring on.
So he goes, I gave each of these a minor enchantment. It's nothing amazing, but I want each of you in turn to roll me a 1d6. Do it
Okay.
do it 2 GM, please.
You said in turn, so are you gonna say this person then that
Well,
person?
I mean, actually,
Or do we
just
just all do
go
it?
ahead, all 5 of you,
All right.
and I will then read it in order.
So, still a GM roll?
Yes, please. Oh well,
Caleb's great.
Vernon did it
great
public
for
anyways.
listening.
Oops.
Caleb's
Phil,
great at
Vernon.
listening
I
We
instructions.
have to
thought
get
I-
rid of you.
Wait, no, it says 2 GM. Oh fuck. I thought. Listen, it said 2 GM in my character sheet, so I was like,
Oh no! Whenever you do it in the chat box, you always have to do /GR.
"That's." I'm sorry.
Also,
No, you're
you-
good. You're still
You
relatively
he's not.
new to roll 20.
Yeah. There is, I think, some inaccuracy with, I think someone was telling me once. But there is a dice roller button, right underneath the measuring tool.
Yeah, on the
Yeah.
left side.
Does that go to GM or
You can
there's
There's a
toggle
little
it.
slider.
a slider?
Yep.
Yeah, up at the top there's a little toggle slider that goes. If it's to the right, it's to GM. If it's to the left, it's not.
I see. So what even is? Oh, that's for when I click on it. That's what the 2 GM in my character sheet is for.
That is correct.
Mhm.
Okay, so I remembered what you rolled anyways, but Celeste, your ring, while equipped, gives you a +1 to intelligence saving throws.
Ooh.
What we do is we go here. Oops,
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Go to
Sorry.
the cog and make a +1 next to.
Okay.
Wait, no, not there. Sorry. Go down 1
Okay.
and put a +1 there. Down in the
Oh,
save
okay.
options. So if everybody wants to go to their cog wheel, in the middle column, the second box down is save options. And that's where you will be putting your +1 into the applicable saves.
Gotcha.
As these rings each give you guys a +1 to corresponding saving throw. Some of them will be more beneficial to you guys than others, because he literally just grabbed a bunch of random rings and handed them out to you guys.
Gotcha.
Lucky Quilt, you get a +1 to wisdom saving throws.
Oh, that is good because I've shitted those.
Totar, you get a +1 to dexterity saving throws.
I needed that.
That's
Vernon,
helpful.
Vernon, you get a +1 to wisdom saving throws. Or not wisdom,
Yeah!
not wisdom, intelligence saving throws. Sorry.
I'll take it too. So I go into the cogwheel.
Yes.
Aha.
Then save options is in the middle, but the second box down.
You said intelligence?
That is correct.
You got it.
Yep.
Save is somewhere.
Intelligence in the mid top one is actually your intelligence score. The intelligence save, which is middle column, but the second box down is where it is.
Oh, I see. Those ones do say save.
I unfortunately at first did the same thing to Celeste at first, and I went, wait, nope, I'm wrong.
Yep.
Ebony,
Nice catch.
I apologize, but the dice did not like you today. You got a +1 on strength saving throws.
That's
Hey,
not bad.
That brings me from a -1 to a 0.
That's really not bad. You get a boulder thrown at you, strength saving throw. I mean, that's probably a dex save, but getting it off of you is strength save.
Like I said, it literally puts it to 0, so now I don't have a negative modifier.
And you know what? Someone tries to grapple you, strength save. Not bad.
So
Anything that bumps up your worst stat is always good.
Which this kind of did for me, but it also, I mean, it bumped up one of my worst stats.
I'm just double checking everybody's sheets, just making sure that
This makes my brain feel juicy.
perfect.
They're actually very, very concerning.
I'm pretty sure if your brain is feeling juicy, it's because you're, having an
Juicy in the
aneurysm.
good way. Juicy like it's alive. Parts of it that haven't been alive before.
So
I
your
will
brain
admit
feels
this.
better.
My brain feels better.
Oh, dude. So,
Like I just got back from the brain gym.
he goes, that's as far as I've gotten with my enchanting so far, but I'm working on making better stuff, but if it helps bring you all back, then it's worth it. Keep them.
I thank you.
These are incredibly helpful. Thank you.
I'm hoping they are.
The next
Good
ones
stuff.
we're going to be making will be carved from dragon's teeth.
But yeah, the rings are they're silver, they're gold, they're beautifully crafted. And when I say beautifully crafted, 25 skill check.
Nice.
Like they are immaculate, complete with like beautiful little filigree etchings and stuff, small gemstones embedded.
I see a bright future in your career.
Assuming we get to live long enough to have a beautiful career.
We will.
I always believe the universe has a reason for everything. There must be a good reason for this.
Yeah. Kill us.
What? Not with that attitude.
Nervous laughter ensues.
No, just a simple thing. The universe is always trying to kill you. That is its job. Recycle
Unfair.
you and turn you into the next batch of whatever it wants to make. We
Well,
just
that's why
happen to. What's up?
That's why we find it. To live as long as we possibly can, doing the best we possibly can before the inevitable.
I had a couple things I wanted to do before I died.
Well,
Time's a ticking.
I say this: let's change the tides of fate and basically tell the universe, "Hey, don't take us, take the dragon."
That's what I'm saying. If you
He's
have
right.
stuff to do on your bucket list, kill this dragon. It's now on the top of it.
We
don't-
will go with what the cat says.
How do we even
Hey,
go
Right,
kill a
right
dragon?
now, I think on the top of the bucket list is saving the civilians.
Oh yeah, sorry.
You know what? He has a good point. Let's focus on civilians.
We have a lot more good to do before whatever happens.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I wasn't saying we charge after the dragon right now. That's suicidal.
No,
Well, here's the thing is I pull out my book. It's a chromatic dragon. It was on the edge of a cliff, and I don't know the surroundings, so let's try to keep an open mind, and as we wander, see if anything looks familiar, and then avoid it.
I would imagine a lot of cliffs are going to look very familiar.
I'm sorry. Are you going to forget the one where you died at?
Damn.
Already forgotten.
Cat. What shiny thing caught your attention?
That would be the dome of your forehead, sir.
I try to keep it very shiny, just to distract creatures like you.
That is a big ass forehead.
So,
big ass forehead.
real quick, I just realized I did not do this. Oh, that is not the right button.
We should probably add magic rings to our inventory.
Here we go.
Right.
There is Severus for your viewing pleasure.
Yeah.
Yay!
My little baby boy.
Spyro.
That is exactly what he looks like. I was
No.
thinking, I'm just glad someone said it.
Yeah, no, I literally said that the first time
Yep.
Sean showed it to me.
That is Elwyn.
Yes.
Here is Tolig.
I can't see him. Sorry. He must be hiding behind something.
It took me a second, and then it clicked. And here is Pepper.
Nice.
So that also,
She is always spicy.
she is very spicy.
You know what? Why does everybody else get big pictures? And the one that
What about
everybody
these-
wants to talk about.
Oh, and that's Beast.
Yay!
The Popper!
That's the 150-pound Beast.
That's the dog.
That's not the dog. That's a fucking weird fucking jackal or something. I swear.
And here,
That's the thing.
just because, here's Celine.
No.
There's Evany. Totar.
They're
Vernon.
in denial.
Sel. In terror. I mean,
Still blue.
Lucky.
He was very excited about this.
He's so fluffy, I'm gonna die. Sorry.
Still laying in a pile of socks.
Oh, and
Damn right, my socks.
there's Cal.
Nice.
There's the party. Oh, and just cause
Yeah,
there's
I knew you were
Grezzik.
gonna do it.
there's
I knew
Grezzik.
you were gonna do that.
With his new
Greznik.
fluffy socks.
But that said, as you guys are gathered around, getting ready to leave, you guys are saying your goodbyes, preparing to depart on your
I do
different missions.
have one mild question
Oh,
for
go ahead.
the people of this land before I leave.
The fort.
At the fort. I don't. I said land, but I meant like this
Yeah.
general vicinity. I'm gonna ask if they have any spare helmets, because I want to keep my brains inside my head.
Oh yeah. They take a few minutes, bring out a couple, and get one that's adequately sized for you. It's not a perfect fit, but it's as close as you're going to get of the options that they had available.
Nice.
It's probably just like your standard like barbet, the kind that it just covers most of the all the top, the sides, the back, and then has the little bit that comes down over the bridge of your nose.
Nice. I don't know if I'll change my profile picture in any way, but
No, you don't need to do that because
I know it won't change my AC at all.
no.
But being able to wear a helmet sounds pretty good.
But as you're doing that and you guys are getting ready to go, the front gates open. This guy comes walking in. And he's walking in, kind of holding onto his coat like a rich proprietor that has walked into his place of business and is looking to check on how profitable everything is. Like there's almost an arrogance to this walk. Like almost strolling in. Like there's almost like a skip to his step. And he pauses upon seeing you all. And he smiles. Just this big, bright smile. Oh, hello, ya. How are we doing today? His eyes are almost manic.
I'm gonna disarm him by putting out my hand out to shake it, so that it doesn't end up holding a knife.
Oh, he kind of does a little hop and a skip and comes over and he shakes your hand very awkwardly. Like he extends his hand palm down into your waiting hand and shakes.
Okay.
Like he goes almost like he's the motion that somebody that expects you to take their hand and kiss it would, until you take hold of his hand. And then he shakes up and down. Just
I see.
Very, very, why are you so fucking happy here on the war front?
I was about to say, I would love to incite this person.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say out loud. It is a beautiful day, isn't it? We are blessed to wake up this morning with such a lovely sky.
What am I inciting from this manic little guy?
You're not sure. And that terrifies you.
Yeah, Cell takes a step back.
Like, there's no animosity. You're not... He's just very pleased. And you cannot fathom why. She nat 20'd.
Splendid. I'm just gonna, fuck insight. I'm just gonna ask him, what brings you here?
Oh, you see, I provide wares. I provide materials. As you see, that metal, that was once mine. Points to, a stack of armor and weapons. Points to your helmet. That was once mine. I provide wares. I provide resources. And I am coming to see if more resources are needed. Oh, Major Gresnik. Do you need more of my goods? And Gresnik is barely containing his apathy. No, Count. We are quite all right at this point in time. Oh, very well. We shall have to see if the other forts need some more resources. I know that all your soldiery types always be going through weapons. Swords break, right? Am I not wrong?
That is correct.
Perhaps
Good ones
you
don't.
Oh, that is correct. They don't break easily, but all weapons can break.
Do you sell anything other than arms?
It all depends. What is it that you are looking for?
Do you sell any food?
Again, what are you looking for? As he, rummages around and he pulls out the most unnatural looking fruit you've ever seen.
What the fuck? He's got the gum fruit.
No, it looks like what somebody would attempt to draw an apple if they've never seen an apple and took a
That's
hit
the
of
first
LSD.
grader. Is that fruit moving?
Like it's completely spherical, with like it looks like in shape like the Super Mario World fruit that Yoshi would eat.
Yeah.
Like perfectly spherical with a little stem, except that the colors, like they're not shifting constantly, but it goes from one end of the rainbow to the other.
Is that even edible?
Oh, it's very edible. It's delicious. I tell you what, first sample is free. As he cuts into it, and like the flesh on the inside.
Does it bleed?
No, it does not bleed. It does juice because it's a fruit. It's a very juicy fruit. But the flesh of the fruit literally looks like liquid gold. Like it looks very soft, but it looks metallic. And as if to prove a point, he cuts a piece off, goes, look, see, and pops it in his mouth and starts eating it. Before slicing more pieces off and offering it to you all.
I will try the first piece.
I stare at it for a moment and know nothing about it.
Yeah, no, you have no fucking clue.
I ain't touching it. I just stare at him, stare at the fruit, stare at him, shake my head, let out a slight growl, and then turn to Lucky.
He goes,
You got competition.
Oh, what is matter? What is the phrase? Why you poop at the party?
I'm gonna try one.
But as you try on, I need you to roll for me a wisdom saving throw as you eat it.
Splendid.
Yeah.
Hallucinogenics.
You. All right. So you did fail, but not by too much. But
Great.
the flavor profile is, you can't find the words to describe it, except for one, because it almost happened to you, as it was borderline orgasmic.
Yeah.
Like you ate it and you're like, oh.
I see why he's happy now.
Yeah, it's good, yeah.
That is good.
It's good. You should try. Come now, try.
Wait, what happened if I failed too bad? Would I have...
You might have actually.
No!
Let me put it this way. If you rolled 3 lower, you would have.
Jesus Christ.
Oh no. Michael, you had missed it.
Your competition came in.
I got a chunk of it, but I didn't quite hear it all.
Oh,
You got a chunk of it, but it wasn't in the splash zone.
I heard his accent and almost fucking died. I will admit.
It's good, yeah. I tell you what, you should try this fruit. It's delicious. It is also very nutritious. First sample is free.
I should try more fruit from strangers.
I've
Go-
been saying about
Go ahead. So, for the record, Vernon ate a piece of the fruit and then went, oh.
I said, oh, that's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna insight him, but I'm also gonna burn my Tides of Chaos to get advantage on this.
Go ahead.
I nat 20'd an insight and got
Next to nothing.
yeah.
I could have also probably used one of my inspirations. But I will.
All right, so yeah, you got a little less than her. Like, there's no animosity. He's genuinely wants you to try his fruit. He's just like unnaturally positive. And so for what you did miss, he apparently supplies the raw materials that they use here to make, weapons and armor and stuff to resupply their troops here. And he's literally here to see if, be a supplier. Hey, do you need some more? And then Vernon asked if he sold anything else. And he goes, what are you looking for? Do you have food? Well, what are you looking for here? And produced, the LSD apple.
I'm gonna take a quick look at the major, and I'm gonna see if he's like trying to say, "Don't fucking try it."
Oh, he's not even looking
Yeah.
at you guys. He's looking away now.
Traitor.
Oh,
I
he's
can't be
he's
stopped.
tired of the bureaucratic shenanigans of this guy. It's a bureaucrat.
fuck it, why?
Military men don't deal with bureaucrats if they can avoid it.
No, fine. I'll try this fruit.
Okay. He hands you a slice. You take a bite. Like I said to them, like the outer skin of the fruit, like it starts from one side of the rainbow and of the spectrum of the rainbow, and then transfers all the way to the other end of the rainbow spectrum across the entire surface of the skin of this apple ? But when
We've
it's cut
discovered the
open,
instant comfort.
the
Yes.
the flesh of this fruit is like liquid gold, the color of it. Like it looks
I swear to
metallic.
God, if you're one piecing us with fucking
No.
devil fruits,
No.
I
No.
would have expected a Constitution save if that were the case.
No. But so you eat it, yeah?
sure.
Yeah.
And at this point, does anybody else accept the offering of fruit? Because he's literally going to each of you in turn and offering a piece of the fruit.
No.
And in between offers, he takes another piece and eats it.
I mean, he
And
doesn't wanna
makes
waste
little
it.
giggles to himself each time.
My guy high off his own supply.
Oh, yeah. So, Lucky, roll for me a wisdom saving throw.
The bounty's
Oh,
nature
good. I
provides
just got
it.
a bonus to this.
Oh,
That's a 4.
Uh-oh.
so
Check your
it
pants.
is, it is literally, not figuratively, it is literally the greatest piece of fruit you've ever had. It is quite literally orgasmic. You can't describe the flavor. You just know that, oh my God.
He just stands still. He's just like,
Question, do you have prestidigitation?
yes.
Okay, you can take care of it later.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
congratulations, you are actively living a Lonely Island song.
Wow.
And that is the end of that description, everyone.
I see.
Of course there is.
Oh boy.
Sorry, I'm not supposed to laugh directly at chat.
Excuse me a moment.
Inspiration. That was good. But
Prestidigitation.
to which he says, after
I just-
nobody else takes any more of the fruit, he literally, you're not sure how, but he literally 2 bites the rest of it. Just
Yeah.
gone.
Jesus Christ! Somebody pick him up.
Wipes his face as he goes, but yes, I do sell food. I sell all kinds of food. I sell materials. I sell like as he's saying these things, you see him pull out. You don't know where the fuck it's coming from. He like pulls out like literally a bar of metal, and he tosses it and it disappears.
Hmm.
He pulls.
Disappears where? Like it just.
Roll perception.
Oh god.
You don't
that's
fucking
okay.
know. Like you're watching and like this is the greatest sleight of hand magic you have ever seen.
Tempted to almost want to roll Arcana to see what kind of magic this man is being a magic man about.
You can roll
I'll-
anything you want.
I'll roll with
Just-
you.
Ask what you're shooting for and then roll.
I'm
And I
just
will
trying
tell you
to
what roll
see
if
if,
that's what you're looking for. So
yeah, if Ebony has an idea of at what type of magic he's using, if any.
you may definitely
Oh, to assist for Nolly.
well no, you guys are each rolling for yourselves for this
Okay.
one. This is your individual character's interpretation of what's going on.
Gotcha. Okay.
The best that either of you guys can parse out, he's got to be doing something in conjunction with Mage Hand. You're not certain what
Okay.
else he's doing with it, but the best theory that either of your guys' train of thought is he's tossing it, Mage Hand is grabbing it, and somehow it's being obfuscated as it's getting put away somewhere. Maybe I don't know. It's fucking weird. It's quick what he's doing, because he drops the iron bar, you know the raw iron ingot, or not raw, but the iron ingot, and then he goes, and I also have scrolls, as he pulls out a scroll tube, tosses it, and it disappears. Artifacts, as he pulls out one of the wildest looking claymores you have ever seen, holds it up with one hand and goes, this one's quite heavy, as he drops it and it disappears. Whatever it is you might be looking for, I can probably find it or provide it. Though he kind of sits there and you see him like he's like dancing his fingers, like he's tallying as he looks at each of you in turn. I do not believe that my wares are in your price range at this time.
Is there a way? Is there a location you operate where we can find you?
I am everywhere I want to be.
Amazing.
But because you have tried my fruit and you have been such an entertaining young man, he makes a flourish and there's a golden coin in his hand.
Oh.
Except that it is a large golden coin. It is much bigger than, the regular gold coins for currency. And it's thicker. And it is emblazoned, or not emblazoned, but it is minted with his face.
Of course.
And then on the backside is a caricature of him bent over with the coattails of his coat flipped up, like he's showing his butt at you.
This is.
He flips it on both sides.
Nolly's having some slight internet issues.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know if we want to wait for her to come back.
We'll hold for just a moment for her to come back. We're getting ready to wrap up.
Yeah.
So if I ask for something very specific, you might be able to find it.
Oh, there is no might involved. I can find it if it exists to be found.
If it exists, where's the...
That is always the rub. I cannot make something appear that does not exist.
How much are basic rations?
Oh, those are no fun.
The fun stuff is later. Business first.
So it's our up.
Uh,
Do you buy things?
if they are interesting enough. Because at the end of the day, if I buy something, it is normally with the intention of selling it to someone else.
Let's say I might have something that might be interesting. How about a spell book that's written in Goblin?
A spellbook?
It is not very common that you see spellbooks written in Goblin. But they do occur. Hobgoblins are very, very good at magic. But to answer your question about the rations are normally about 5 silver. So yeah, I can get you some rations, but I don't think you... That's boring. I tell you what. This coin, it's magic. Once expended, recharges over the course of a 10-day, which above game, a 10-day is 1 week. The calendars are literally set, 4 weeks a month, literally 40 days each month within this world. And 1 week is a 10-day.
Gotcha.
So over the course of a 10-day, the magic will recharge. If you ever wish to have me come find you to bring you wares, you just flip this coin and open the door.
Mm.
And we
One
can
more
do that.
question.
Anyway,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, just need to ask this one little question. That can be done anywhere.
That can be done anywhere. Even if there is no doors, there will be a door, and you can open it.
Okay. That's all I needed to know. Sorry, Tota. On you go.
That's all right. Cat got my tongue.
Mm.
Ha.
How about a book on goblin?
Want me to bring you a book for you to learn the language of Goblin?
Sure. That's exactly what I'm looking for. How much would that run?
Buff game, I am not entirely certain.
I might have an idea. I'm a smart enough fella to do this. I'm a smart feller.
He sits there and he kind of strokes his chin.
I also kind
paces-
of want to ask for a particular book.
He kind of paces one way. You see him like he's jabbering to himself. He's muttering really, really quickly in a language that most of you might not understand. Possibly all of you might not understand.
Maybe. I have some weird speeches, I know.
I have Celestial.
It is not that.
I have giant.
It is not that.
Dwarvish, Elvish.
It is neither of those.
I have common.
I will say
common. Oh, go ahead.
Ebony understands it.
Yeah.
He's Faye.
Wait,
Okay.
Primordial. It's not Primordial, right?
No.
Okay. I forgot I had that on my list.
I put up mine too. So if you didn't
Yeah.
say I know it, then
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, she would know that because of
Yep. And he's you understand the words, but they make no sense. Like it is the equivalency of saying of somebody saying, but the green hippos only drive on Thursdays.
I see.
But
He's
saying
a
it like
wizard.
but saying it like it's a legitimate statement of fact and not just utter nonsense.
Anthony kind of just looks over towards Pepper.
I can't potato with pistachio nut ice cream.
I look over to Lucky. I think I broke him.
Aha!
It didn't take much.
And then he turns around and he goes, I do believe this book will do. As he pulls out of literally nowhere. Literally, like he goes, I believe this book will do. And he puts his hands together and pulls them apart holding a book.
He's a wizard. I'm gonna clap. I'm impressed. I'm thoroughly amused by the show.
He goes, I do believe this volume right here should give you enough to be able to be fully conversational in Goblin. Maybe even know some more nuanced phrases.
How about understanding their writing?
Yes. As he opens it up, and you can see that it's one page is written fully in Goblin, and the next page is a translation into Common.
I nod.
And he says, he closes it. He goes, for 1 gold, I will part with this book to you.
Throw in another blank booklet and a inkwell. We call it a deal.
Oh, for that are you talking about a book of similar size?
Similar size, yes.
Okay, for that blank book and inkwell, 2 gold. Enough ink to be able to fill the book naturally. Yes.
Yes.
Ah, very good, very good. And he sits there and he He holds out an empty hand. You place the 2 gold in there?
I reach into my bag and I pull out 2 dingy, grimy gold and I stick it in his hand.
Why is it so gross?
As you put it in his hand, like the moment they touch his hand, they're clean.
Oof.
They are pristine. And he doesn't close his hand. He turns his hand and they look like they're going to fall and they disappear. And he hands you the book. And then he does the same show as before, claps his hands together, pulls them apart, holding a book. And hands you this blank book. It has no writing. It's literally just a blank leather-bound tome. And then he snaps his fingers and there's a pair of inkwells, corked inkwells and a fine pointed quill pen for writing with, and presents them to you.
I grab them. I kind of like send out a thanks.
And Evany, you can read the cover of the book that he just was handed. The title of the
can read. Okay.
You can read the title of the book because it's in the same language. And it is literally The Idiot's Primer to Goblin.
He's just starting to chuckle.
I mean, if it works, it works.
You just see a side glance and almost what looks like what are you left?
Oh no, that title's quite interesting.
It is
I look
Atya.
What?
Oh,
I'm just saying the title's interesting. I'm not saying it's apt, though.
It's good for all.
I kind of look at them too and try to figure out what the hell is going on. Decide too much brain power needed to understand these fools. Turn back and go to my bag, to my cot.
you like exotic things, yeah?
Yes, I do like exciting things, yeah.
How about the Displacer Beast hide?
Ooh. What is condition?
Intact.
Are
As
you...
I slowly pull out of my bag.
I do know some people that can make good use of that hide.
How much are you willing to offer?
Let me... And again, he starts with the gibberish again.
Beeping and booping ensues.
And it makes no sense to you. Like, you understand all of those words, just not in those orders.
I don't like this.
He's so silly.
But you can see as he's like tapping his fingers, you know he's doing math, but he's not saying numbers. Like it's almost like, that part in the Fairly Odd Parents theme song where he's naming all the little wishes.
The green goose.
Yes, that part.
Guava juice.
Yeah, effectively, kind of like that. But instead, he's like doing that instead of numbers. What the fuck?
Green goose, rubber moose, something else, guava juice. That was it. I don't remember what something else was.
To which he turns to Lucky Quote as he goes, "Are you certain that you wish to part with this and not make use of it yourself?"
I could make it for myself. I'm just seeing what my options are. How much are you willing to offer? I never said I was going to sell it at the moment.
He holds up his hand and extends his fingers up, and suddenly, pinched between two fingers, is a platinum coin.
Jesus Christ.
And then he tosses it from his left hand into the palm of his right hand and just pop, and suddenly there's a stack of platinum coins. 10 of them.
What does this do?
Hold on. No, you said the coins were different in this one. So is it how much gold to a platinum?
100.
100 gold to a platinum. So that's 1,000 gold right there.
Yes.
What the fuck?
It also depends on exactly how good it is. If it is as good as you say it is, then yes. He gestures to it. That is because, again, I still have to make a profit myself. You understand?
Understandable, yes.
And this will ensure that I get my cut. But-
Can I have a moment to think?
Well, he's thinking.
While he's thinking, the coins disappear.
Well, I wasn't gonna take the coins.
Oh, no. The moment that he's not actively engaging in the deal is no longer on the table, so the coins go away. As he turns his attention to you.
Okay, so wait a minute. 1 gold coin is basically 100 silver?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna, even though it bores him, ask for 5 rations, and I'm gonna ask what the price for honey is, and if he'll humor it, a little book that's a guide to foraging, if possible.
So 5 rations.
Yeah.
And you say honey, he goes, well, what kind of honey?
Yeah. Bzz, bzz. Bee honey.
Which kind of bees?
Which kind of bees? I clasp my temples. There's more bees?
Oh, yes, there is great many kinds of bees. Would you like sample? As he sits there and he gestures, and there's a table with several jars of honey with little placards showing a visual representation of the bees that produce it. Naturally, there is, the humble honeybee.
Yeah.
And there's this type of bee that looks fucking aggressive as shit.
Yeah.
There's a bee with entirely too many wings and 2 stingers.
Fuck that noise.
That bee has literal, mantis claws, as well as a stinger with a barb. And then the last bee is it literally looks like a cloud with teeny tiny wings, little teeny tiny legs, and a little teeny tiny stinger, and these big goofy eyes on this big bulbous head. The proportions don't work, and it's adorably pathetic looking.
Okay, so my eyes are going to go straight to the normal bumblebee honey, but I am going to try the weird sheep bee one.
Okay. So, the little sheepy one.
The bumblebee.
The bumblebee. That is its
Oh,
that
no.
that is its name canon. It's official, the bumblebee. So, that one, the each of the containers is a solid, think kind of Winnie the Pooh's honey pots. It's solid. You can't really see the consistency of the honey on the inside, but this
Yeah.
honey literally looks like whipped honey. It's thick, it's
It's-
fluffy, it's airy, and it is a little jarring how sweet it is, but it's so sweet, but somehow not oppressively sweet. It doesn't make sense. To which, if you go for a second taste, he puts a hand out. He goes, for 2 reasons. One, for sample is always free. But this you must have very sparing, or else you will. He pauses, looking for a word. Crave compulsively. You'll become addicted. That is word. It is addicted. Little
See.
bit each day.
Well, this is a gift, so I don't want to gift someone that. But it is good.
It is empowering if taken under controlled situations. Above game, it's a steroid.
I see. I'm just gonna ask the price for the standard because this is, again, not for my consumption.
He gestures to it. He goes, this humble jar of honey is 10 silver for this jar.
How much is in there?
It's depending on what you're trying to use it for. I would
I
say
mean, like ounces.
it's like a 6-ounce bottle.
Okay.
It's small, but you also gotta bear in mind they don't have the technology that we have these days. So honeybee husbandry is a lot more risk. Like they have a lot of the same techniques, smoking them to get them to be more docile, but not as easy to extract as it is in the real world today.
All right.
Typically, for the most part, he ends up running anywhere between like basically a 100% markup. So if he pays 5 silver for something, he's going to charge 10 silver for it.
Gotcha.
Sometimes
So-
more, depending on how super duper serious, rare, pricey, etc. something is.
So the 5 rations that I requested would be 25
25
silver, and the honey is 10 silver.
Correct.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna get 2 of those.
2 honeys, so we're at 45 silver.
We're at 45 silver, and then the final question that I had, I don't know if you remember, I was talking about like maybe an amateur's guide to foraging.
Ah,
If you're done coming, if you're like getting mentally tired of coming up with objects, we could
Oh.
figure it out later.
he would sit there and he'd once again go into his little mind palace, figure, like he's mathing stuff out. Then he turns and slams his hand down on the table, and there's a book that his hand lands on. As he goes, this volume costs 50 silver.
50 silver. I'm gonna look at the thickness of this thing. I'm gonna see if it's like, is this an actual encyclopedia of knowledge or a pamphlet?
It is a pretty hefty book. It is. When he moves his hand, Evany, you can see it. The title reads, "The Idiot's Primer to Survival."
She just starts chuckling to herself again.
I mean, I'm an idiot, so I'll take it. Sounds like I'm target audience.
Yeah, literally, most of the self-help books that he's going to give out are literally the idiot's guides.
Gotcha. Does anybody here know anything about foraging? I'm gonna ask to the party.
About
About
what?
Foraging.
Oh,
What do you want to know?
If you know how to identify edible roots and berries.
Kind of just stares at you for a moment, nods his head.
Okay. Alright. For the trouble of procuring that book, I will buy 2 more rations, but I'll pass.
So you're not going to buy the book?
No.
You said 2 more rations?
Yes, that's 7 rations and 2 things of honey, so that's 55.
All right.
So I would have 45 silver left, and I'd be dropped down to 19 gold. And I could add 7 rations to my inventory. And 2 things of honey.
So, after all of this, as he's hands over the coin to whoever wishes to take it, I think probably Vernon, because you were the most receptive to him.
Yep. He was still kind of bargaining with Lucky about the price of the pelt, but honestly, we could use the coin to talk to him later if he wants to think about it.
Oh yeah, he's just like he actively will say, "Now then, Mr. Catman, Tabaxi?
Close enough.
You
Question.
answer."
Answer.
He finger guns Totar. He goes, I know you will like me eventually.
Stares at him with that look of
That look of no.
Be
yeah.
careful what you do to this guy. He disappear objects, including people.
So, if I asked you for a bag of holding, how much would that cost?
Oh, see those bags of holding. Those definitely comes at the premium, depending on how big a bag of holding you're looking for.
Pretty sure all bags hold things.
No, see, this is bag as he holds out a backpack.
Yeah.
But this is
That's
bag of
good.
holding as he pulls out a smaller satchel. And then he literally stuffs the backpack into it. But the satchel is like literally a quarter the size of the backpack. And it was a
He's
loaded backpack.
Are you guys seeing this? He's a wizard.
No, it's bag of holding. And he opens it up and goes, reach in. Think about backpack and say, and grab backpack.
Is it gonna bite me?
Wait.
Totar's eye is twitching.
He looks at the bag, peers in. No, not this bag. This bag,
Okay.
however, he pulls out an almost identical bag, except this one's got like a face on the flap. This bag would bite you, and he
Okay.
banishes that one.
Trusting him entirely, I put my hand in the bag.
And do you think about the backpack?
I think about the backpack.
Like you reach in and like you reach into your elbow. This bag has a depth of about 6 inches,
It's cold in there.
and you close your hand around the strap of a backpack. You give a pull, and you pull out a backpack. It's the same backpack you stuffed in there a moment ago.
Gonna hand him back the backpack.
And,
that is
and
a very deep bag.
he takes it and he tosses it over his shoulder, and it disappears. Like, and I mean, like he heaves the backpack over his shoulder.
It's like, yeet.
This one here, I will sell for 500 gold pieces.
Put a pin in that.
Okay.
Sell
You
the
got
toe
any-
socks. Oh,
You have like a dime bag of holding?
A what?
that was a joke.
A
I said,
dime.
you have a dime bag of holding.
No, but they got a bag of holding. Like a fridge.
I do have one of those. I think I have 2 of
tempting.
those.
Maybe later. We just need an ordinary one. If you got any other magical doodads that might be worth 500 ish.
I'm gonna look over to Lucky. He has a lot of things you might want to buy.
That's what I'm saying. I want to see if he's got anything in that price range, because only he knows prices.
Okay. Maybe something that could kill a dragon.
He's like sits there, he puts the bag of holding down on the table and pulls out a little potion, puts it down. He kind of sits there, crosses an arm over his chest, puts his elbow in the palm of his hand, starts tapping his temple with the other hand, and you see him bring both hands up to his head, and he lifts like he's taking something off his head. He pulls a helmet off and sets it down. He strokes his chin, thinking. he pulls out a couple bars of metal, and the table audibly creaks under the weight of the metal.
Mmm.
Hmm.
Mmm.
And this is, if you are looking for exactly 500, I have these.
What are these?
He shakes the potion. He's a, how do you say, well, as he holds it out to you, and there's a label on it. The label does not have any words. It has a picture of a scarlet colored bovine.
What? He's got a cow in the bottle.
So,
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's cow's blood.
It's a potion of
Oh.
flying.
Ah!
I'm good on that one.
The potion can fly?
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
saying
If
that.
you drink
I'm
the
not, I'm
potion.
not saying that out loud.
Oh.
I'm not that dumb. My character will be intentionally dense and not actually that stupid. Just close. He's got average intelligence.
Actually,
Somewhere near it.
now that I think about it, there is one item I've heard about, but I've always been wanting to be curious about how much it would cost.
What is the
Yeah.
item?
Something I heard about long ago, something about cantrips. What was it? Illusionist bracers?
Like, as you are leading up to it, his eyes are slowly widening. For giggles, can I get perception checks from everyone?
Yes.
Also, I hate to be a Debbie Downer. I do need to go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've
Yeah,
been going on for a bit.
Yeah.
It,
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to make this a shopping trip, but I see opportunity.
This is after this we're going to and as I just need Cell to give me one.
yep,
I
perception.
just...
Yes. Okay, Cell and Vernon, as you see his eyes widening for a fraction of a second, his eyes change into like the wildest shade of vermilion with slitted pupils before shifting back to normal.
He's a demon! He's a demon and he's a wizard.
As he sits there, and he goes, crap, what were they called again?
Illusionist bracers.
He sits there and he giggles audibly. As he sits there, he goes, "You mean like these?" As he holds up his hands, you see these beautiful bracers with incredible filigree and design and decorative display and gemstones on it.
How much would you sell those for?
Oh, these you will have a great long time before you can afford these from me. 15,000 gold pieces.
That's
It is always good to have goals.
that's
As he casts prestidigitation twice in the air around you guys, creating little sparkle effects as well as sweet perfume at the same time.
Wow. I try to catch one of the sparkles.
It's a harmless sensory effect, but it was fun. But with that, as the light show happens, we end a morning that started off quite unpleasantly with a nightmare, with a little bit of laughter and a lot of uneasy feelings as this strange, eccentric man prattles on and tries to get your money out of your purses.
I need like items. So if I've got 1,000 gold to spend, I'm gonna.
But with that, see
I
you
did
guys
have
next
one last
time.
thing. One last thing. Takes
Oh.
2 seconds.
What's that?
I'm gonna re-enter the keep, and I'm gonna go to Lefty's bar, and I'm gonna leave the 2 bottles of honey, and then we can leave.
All right, awesome. So, that said, we will start next session on the road, heading towards the village in need. Thank you guys for being patient with me. Sorry we ran a little bit long.
It's okay.
That's fine. I've also just had to deal with my husband puking like
Yeah, I
the
know.
last hour and a half.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
I saw
okay?
that.
He just has to get it out of his system.
Hope he's okay.
I hope so
Definitely.
too. We're still trying to figure out why his stomach wants to expel stuff.
Hopefully it was just a bad mood or bad meal, because that
Mate.
goes away quickly.
You did say you started to stream again, so it could be nerves.
I mean, he could, but yeah, it's been the entire night. That's why it's like side work. I'm just getting really tired.
No, that's totally
Have fun.
valid. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'm gonna wrap up the stream and raid out. But if any of you guys want to stick around to chat for a few minutes afterwards, I will be back shortly. Otherwise, thank you
Okay.
guys very much. We will be picking up this game again in 2 weeks.
All right.
And I am very, very excited for that.
Loki.
But,
Yeah.
I might hang around for a bit.
I'll be around for a little bit.
I gotta go to
Alrighty.
bed, so.
Shortly.
Alright, good night.
Have a good one.
Good
Everybody.
night to all of you guys who are scooping.
Alright. Bye.
Okay. Have a good.
All right. So, that. There we go. Get my avatar up here, and I think I know where we're going to raid. We're going to raid into some more Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, never mind. They're doing subscriber only chat. So instead, you know what? Oh no, that's where we're going. We're going to Meltman of GP because he is currently playing Divinity Original Sin 2, and that is a very fun game. So that's where we're going to go. Here is our sub raid message, our follow raid message. Anybody who's still hanging out, feel free to pop into the raid, copy whichever message applies, drop some love, and thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you, Wiz, for the resub, 23 months. What the fuck? Where did the time go? Thank you, Lord Offler, Tiger Soul, HK, Hammer God, and Nolly for playing tonight. It was a lot of fun, and God, I cannot wait until the next session. That said, I definitely will not be around at all for any form of streams or anything next week because my wife and I are going to go celebrate our 10-year anniversary, and I am beyond excited. That said, once again, thank you guys for hanging out. Take care, stay safe, choose kindness. Until next time, stay weird.